The picture-perfect mochi I drew tastes good. Volume 8, I Want to See Something Intangible, by Matcha Mochi Matter, translated by Lazy Translations. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 1. The mochi painted resembled love. It was already dark at 6:00 p.m. in winter, not to mention in summer. I got off the train, walked through the ticket gate and exited, but I couldn't bring myself to go straight home. The wind blowing is cold. I'm wearing a coat that is allowed to be worn at school, but it's still a little chilly. I stopped when I got out of the station and thought about what I was going to do, and while I was thinking about it, my body got colder and colder. I didn't want to go home. That's not unusual. I'm not usually happy to go home. There's nowhere else to go, so I just go back there. In the end, after thinking about it for a while, I made up an excuse in my mind that there was no more ink left in my red ballpoint pen and started walking toward the stationery store. When it's cold, just walk or run fast. That way your body will warm up. But right now, I don't want to reach my destination right away, so I walk at a leisurely pace. As I do so, the wind sinks deeper and deeper into my body. My body, which is not warming up quickly, is getting slower and slower. Even my hands, which are stuffed in my pockets, don't seem to be getting warm. I just look at the ground, thinking about the chill. Walk along the street in front of the station, looking blankly at the pattern on the road paved with brick-style tiles. And while I was walking, I arrived at a stationery store. But, yes, the stationery store was closed. I must be the only customer who is so happy to read the closed day notice on the shutter. The stationery store was closed, so I had to go to another store. Around here, I could either turn around and go back near the station and go into the shopping mall, or I could head a little further away from the house again and go into a convenience store. I was a little hesitant before choosing a convenience store. It's probably a little further away there, walking through a cool night. Walk, moving my body, losing warm and walk. When I do that, as I weave my thoughts, my scenarios come to mind and disappear, and when they sink, they come up again. I'm sure they'll get angry. Thinking so makes me depressed. It's not a big deal. It's normal to get scolded, but I don't like it happening all the time. So, it's depressing, but there's nothing I can do about it, but I know how to deal with it. If I wait for more time to pass before I get home, even my parents will fall asleep. After they go to bed, I can just stay in bed and not sleep. Then the bad feelings will fade away. I know, it's okay. I'll be fine. I walk with those words in mind. After walking, I arrived at a convenience store. The bright convenience store in the residential area at night feels strange. There aren't that many people, probably because it's late in the evening. Especially since this convenience store doesn't have that many people. There, I buy a red ballpoint pen, taking as much time as possible and taking it slow. Then, I took the red ballpoint pen, which I had carefully examined for no reason, to the cash register and paid the bill. The fishing for change is perfect. I get the receipt, put the ballpoint pen I bought and my wallet in my bag, and then leave the store. Hey, Taugo, is picking out a red pen your favorite thing to do? You seem to have been very particular about your choice. There I ran into teacher. Since when did you watch? Well, while you were choosing the red pen. There were a lot of things going on, so I ran away for a while, but when I ran into the convenience store, I saw Taugo seriously examining the red pen. Teacher says and laughs while making a slightly exaggerated gesture. I think he could be a stage actor. He's a great wordsmith and his gestures are very theatrical, so I think that's even more so. Although I am similar to teacher, I think I prefer being in my own living room or study rather than on stage. So, you didn't seem to notice me, so I waited at the exit, right here. Teacher rummaged around in the plastic bag and pulled out a paper bag and presented it to me. Meat buns, want some? The steam rises from the buns. In the cold, dark blue night, the meat buns looked very bright against the outside light in front of the convenience store. We then moved to a nearby park where we sat down to eat the buns. Hey, it's delicious. Meat buns these days are delicious, especially when eaten outdoors on a winter night. Teacher laughingly said that, and then bit into the meat buns. I don't usually eat meat, so I don't get used to eating much of it, but I did end up biting into it, careful not to spill the fillings inside. By the way, Taugo, isn't it unusual for you to be looking for a red pen in a place like that? Teacher quickly finished eating his meat bun and asked, holding the next meat bun in his hand, "Is there something wrong that you didn't want to go home immediately?" Teacher is amazing. It seems like he knows everything I want to say but can't say or think I can't say. And I know that he knows what I'm thinking and what I don't want to say, and he doesn't make fun of it. I got the test back, but I don't want to go home because the score was bad. So I decided to talk honestly. What about the test? It's true that your parents seem to be strict about things like that. That's right, children are creatures that cannot choose their parents and are different from their parents. Ahem. After teacher looked at me, he scratched his neck a little awkwardly. It seems like he has some thoughts about it. Well, test scores don't really mean anything. I'm not being philosophical. The only thing that is determined by test scores is school grades, right? The only time that grades matter is when you are recommended by a school to go on to higher education. So, if you want to take the entrance exam, it doesn't matter what your score is on the final exam. Yep. So, the important thing is not the score, but what you do afterwards. You have already taken the test. You know what you are not doing well, so you should work hard on your studies to strengthen those weak points. Yep, that's right, I know. Bad test scores are not a bad thing. It's okay to be positive, to look at what you did and didn't do right, not at the score, and see what you can do next time. That's all that matters. I know, I understand, but I don't think I'll die just because my test score is bad. It doesn't mean you won't be able to draw. Well, that doesn't apply to you. That can't be the only result, right? Yes. I'm sure my parents will try to find out what I'm doing, and if I get bad grades, they'll probably try to find a reason for it again. If they find out that I am painting, it will probably be worse than it is now. I don't think my grades would improve if I stopped painting. I don't think that banning painting will make me not want to do it. Also, my parents are not always in a good mood, teacher. That's right, yeah, that's exactly right. When parents get angry, the air becomes tense. They ask me about my grades at school and cram school more than usual. They ask how much studying I'm doing. If I do anything even slightly wrong, they get even angrier, so I can't relax. It's always a little more tiring than before. Why aren't my parents like me? If my parents were people like me, I'm sure every day would be fun. No, isn't it? Why couldn't I be like my parents? Why wasn't I like my parents, even though it's what they wanted so deeply? I'm sure my parents think so too. Why are their sons so different from them and so bad at what they want? That's frustrating. Still, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do, it's just painful. Okay, don't cry, Taugo. There's no need to cry. I'm not crying, wait, what are you trying to wipe me with, teacher? Pizza bun. When I was surprised to find something warm that touched my face, I found the pizza bun that the teacher had in his hand. I was surprised, I was really surprised. Teacher really doesn't know what to do. Sorry, I don't have tissues, handkerchiefs, or anything useful. I thought so. I can't imagine teacher carrying a handkerchief or tissue properly. Sorry. I'm not crying, but even so, the meat bun was so surprising that I withdrew. But I had a runny nose, so I used the pocket tissue I had in my bag, wiping it off. Teacher gently handed me a plastic bag with the piece of paper removed from the bottom of the pizza bun, and he said to throw it there. I heard the sound of tissue rolled up in a plastic bag falling in, and when teacher saw it, he didn't care and bit into the pizza bun. And the steam leaking from the edge of teacher's mouth as he chews the pizza bun looks like a dragon's beak in a story I read, which is quite interesting. Well, issues with your parents will follow you all your life. Once you're on your own, it's not like they're completely irrelevant. Teacher swallowed the pizza bun as he said that. He looked a little awkward and then told me, "Actually, Taugo, I'm just like you. I ran away from my parents." Come to think of it, teacher just said ran away, but from parents. Teacher didn't have the impression that you had any parents. Hey Taugo, what do you think of me? Am I a human being too, you know? No, I didn't really think that teacher was born from cabbage. But teacher, you just don't have that impression. Teacher rarely talked about their own family. Well, my parents are not very good parents. Yeah, at least for me. They are not really worried about me. I'm tempted to tell them what you're really worried about is not me, but yourself. Teacher sarcastically says that. It is a rare, slightly prickly teacher. I'm not a parent, so I can't help it if he says that I don't know what it's like to be a parent. But surprisingly, I don't think that's the case. He then got up from the park bench and walked around the park in a slightly theatrical manner, as he had done earlier. I still don't understand when I was told that you'll understand when you grow up, and I don't have any trouble with being told that you'll be in trouble when you grow up. So, since I'm not a parent, I don't think there are any that I don't understand. What do you think about my thoughts, Taugo? I don't want to not know. I see. Well, it may be a bad prediction. The answer is in your life, isn't it? Well, let's leave it at that. Teacher breathed a deep sigh, a puff of escaped white, and then said, After all, even at my age, I'm still my parents' child. It's depressing. If anything, more than a little worse. Maybe I still want to be appreciated. It's cruel, but parents are huge influences for children. Even if they denied everything I'm doing, even if they threw away what I've made, even if I'm made fun of, even if they never reach out, even if they ask for money, still. The teacher said that with a dark face, then looked at me, smiled awkwardly, and said nothing beyond that. I somehow realized what he wanted to say. Well, in my case, things have improved a lot since we started living apart. It was a good opportunity for us to let each other know that we are different creatures. So, Taugo. Wait and hope. Be patient until time smooths the rough patches. And I'll be patient with you. Take full advantage of it. Teacher said, tightly tied the mouth of the plastic bag, crumpled it up, and put it in the pocket of his coat. So, well, come to my house tomorrow after school, and contribute to the consumption of machis in my house. You still have machis? No, we ate it around summer. Well, however, the new machis have arrived. It's almost the end of the year. When the teacher says that, his shoulders drooped a little. Teacher doesn't really like machi. By the way, Taugo, what was your score on the test you said you were going to be scolded for? What subject? Mathematics A, 69. You're joking, right? Aren't your parents too strict? I just got about 18 points on Math I and I was able to easily home, but I was severely scolded. As the teacher started walking leisurely, even if his words said he was surprised. The theatrical gestures might injure teacher. So, what else? Don't tell me that wasn't the worst of it. No, mathematics is the worst I got at the moment. My modern Japanese was 88. What? That's amazing, Taugo. Teacher said that, and even though he was being theatrical, he looked like he was really happy, and he was happy with my test scores. For some reason, I'm also getting happy. Modern Social Studies, 82. Home Economics, 94. Huh, that's wonderful, it's praiseworthy. English grammar was 90, but reading was a bit bad at 75. This made them angry yesterday. But I got perfect grades in health and physical education. Perfect? Did you say perfect grade? Isn't that impossible? Is that true? Yep. I feel a little proud of myself. It's funny. I don't know why, but when I talk to teacher, I get this kind of light, fluffy feeling. I don't know why. I was just told that getting a perfect grade in health and physical education is meaningless. I'm proud of you. I don't deserve to be proud of you, but please have an open heart, let me be proud of you. Teacher said that and stroked my head as I walked next to him. You are really doing a great job, Taugo. I was choked up and I can't say anything. So I looked down and walked silently next to teacher. Teacher looked into my face, was about to say something, then laughed a little before saying something, and then patted my head again. Taugo, today is a nice moonlit night. It's a good idea to look at the moon once before going to bed. Even if something bad happens, the moon is beautiful, the stars shine, and the meat buns are delicious. Don't forget that. Yep. I somehow squeezed out a reply, and then I exhale. I'll never forget the white puffs of breath, the beautiful moon, the twinkling stars, the delicious meat buns, and the surprisingly soft pizza buns. I'll never forget it, so maybe I can go home now. Volume 8. I want to see something intangible. They made a marriage proposal to Carnelia. Well, Carnelia, how old is she now? Well, she's about 10 years old before, right? I guess she's 11 years old. No, but a marriage proposal to a child of 10 or 11. It's a crime, that's it. No, Faye, that person has to be chased away immediately. Carnelia was originally almost forced into an unwanted marriage by the Dioran family as well, and she ran away from there. I don't want to get her involved in another marriage or something like that now. Oh, I see. But Faye looked a little confused. That's right, Taugo. Yep, absolutely not. No, sorry, I didn't give enough explanation either. Faye said something that I didn't understand, and thought for a moment. It's true, I gave a snippet. Could we at least excuse a marriage proposal from a 12-year-old boy? Hey. That's what it was. Sorry. Oh, right. I clearly thought it was a marriage proposal from someone in their 40s. But I see. If it was a marriage proposal from the same age, well, So we told Carnelia, just in case. A suitor, it happens all the time. Carnelia was surprisingly calm. She may be much more adult than we think. So, what kind of old man are they this time? No, well, not an old man, they're a similar age. 12 years old. When Faye explained this, Carnelia looked surprised. Oh, this is the first time that happened. Oh, I see. Yep, it's a complicated world. I can't help but pat Carnelia's head. She protested, that tickles. I received a cute protest from her. So, what kind of person is the other person? Huh, are you curious? Of course I'm curious. Carnelia's eyes are shining, holding my hand and bouncing around. Because, that person fell in love with me, right? Yep, then maybe I can fall in love too. I'm longing for it, I want to fall in love. Oh, I see, What's Taugo, why are you patting me? It tickles. Very, very, very complicated. Oh please, I want her to be happy too. Carnelia was extremely enthusiastic, so for now, Faye just massaged the other party. It seems like the model is willing to have a meeting. And since then, Carnelia has been looking quite happy. Love, I wonder what it feels like. I wonder if it's fluffy, I wonder if it's tingly. I just can't wait. Looks like she's having fun. Yep. Well, if she could get along well with the other person, that might be fine for now. I'll think about keeping her safe, but basically, I'm going to go with a watch and see policy. I have mixed feelings. On the other hand, Miss Intarlia seems conflicted. There's no way I'm going to give Lady Carnelia to someone I don't fully know. However, considering Lady Carnelia's happiness, to some extent, For Miss Intarlia, Carnelia is the master she has cherished and protected. I think there are certainly many things that would make her want to know if her master were to get married. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I'm just worried. I understand how you feel. I have a much shorter relationship with Carnelia than with Miss Intarlia. However, I still feel a little lonely, so I understand that Miss Intarlia's feelings are probably more complicated. Well, I guess I have no choice but to watch over them carefully. What I can do for Lady Carnelia is that. Yep, I think so too. In the end, only she can decide her happiness, and if she wants to fall in love, I think that's fine, yep. Let's persevere, so I served mochi for today's snack. Mixed mochi with grated daikon radish. This is the one teacher made when he was feeling a little energetic. Let's persevere and get involved. This is delicious. It goes well with salt flavors too. Yep, here's more. However, mochi seems to have become Carnelia's favorite food, and the one who ate the most is Carnelia. Oh, but I wonder if I'll gain weight if I eat too much. I wonder if I'll be hated if that happens. I don't think that will happen. Yes, well, I'll just have one more. Carnelia is having a lot of fun, eating the mochi I drew on the plate with the tip of her fork. I mean, she looks really in love, or rather. It got a little stuck in my throat, and it was a painful. Eat slowly. Carnelia is very energetic, so even if she eats a little more mochis, she's fine. But I really want you to be careful. Mochi is dangerous. Yeah, next time I'll eat slowly, but I thought it might look like love because it was suffocating and painful in my chest. Hey, Taugo, does mochi resemble love? Huh? No, well, I don't know. Hey, Intarlia, does mochi resemble love? Is this what it feels like to be in love? I've read it in a book. It was painfully heartbreaking and suffocating. Lady Carnelia. I think it's a little different. Well, be patient, let's do it. Yep. Hey. When I went outside to get some water, Lion was sitting there. I was surprised. What's wrong, Lion? You want snacks? I'm not hungry. That's unusual. Lately, Lion seems to be eating a lot since he was growing. You don't look well. That's not the case, though. It seems like Lion isn't feeling well after all. I wonder what it is. Just as I was wondering, I heard a voice calling Carnelia from inside the house. I think she probably needs a refill of mochi. Don't you want to eat too, Lion? It's mochi. Oh no, I thought it would be a good idea, so I tried inviting Lion again, but Lion somehow looked perplexed and, I have to take care of the horses, I'm going. Well, he ran away. What is going on? I'm a little worried. Chapter 2, The Horse That Interferes with People's Love Lives. Then, every day, Carnelia seemed happy, Miss Intarlia seemed conflicted, and Lion did not look well. I'm worried. Lion does a good job every day, but I'm even more worried about that. He doesn't come to eat snacks, he just works, often sighing, and always had a faraway look during breaks. What's wrong with Lion? So I consulted Leacles. I have an idea. When I consulted with him, he immediately responded. Amazing, Leacles seems to know why Lion is not doing well. Please tell me. I want to know why Lion isn't feeling well. Leacles was very quiet and then, somewhat unusually, he turned away, a little embarrassed, and let out a short sigh. Ask Croix. Awesome. So, I came to ask you instead, Miss Croix. Oh my. Miss Croix blinked, looking a little surprised, before bursting into laughter. Lion is so cute, and it's also cute that Taugo doesn't notice, but Leacles, who doesn't want to say it himself and turned it over to me, is also cute. Cute is a word that doesn't really suit Leacles. Is he cute? I wonder what's going on with Miss Croix's definition of cute. So, what's the cause of Lion's ill look? I ask that, a little confused. That's what I came here to ask. I'm not planning on talking about what made Leacles cute. Well, I wonder if I should say it. Miss Croix says this and ponders, while looking up at the sky for a moment. Oh no, I'm even more concerned when you say it like that. Well, Taugo wouldn't be stirring Lion's feelings. Perhaps because she saw me with a confused and anxious expression. Miss Croix giggled, and then whispered in my ear to tell me. Lion must be in love with Carnelia. In love, Lion, really. Taugo, you're reacting like that, So cute. I don't think I'm cute. I'm not cute. Please, you're squeezing me too much. Well, I think that's the case, so please leave Lion alone for now. Yep, of course. I see, Lion is in love. Well, he learned that Carnelia might get married, and so he shouldn't feel bad. Oh, I see. If Carnelia falls in love with her suitor, will Lion end up heartbroken? Whoa. Am I really better off doing nothing? Yes, well, if he needs help, I or Faye would be the best person to help. Especially since you don't seem to be good at this kind of thing. You're right, I don't know. Oh, but it's making me feel restless, I see. Lion is in love. Oh my, Taugo is so fidgety, you shouldn't. Yep, I'll be careful not to. But somehow it still makes me fidgety. I was fidgety and Lion was more fidgety. Leacles was also a little fidgety. Such days continue until we finally receive a letter. Wow. I will be staying in the forest town for a while. Might you allow me to have a moment of your time? Carnelia looked excited and showed me the letter she received. The pale amber stationery is lined with letters so beautiful that I wouldn't believe it was written by a child. In addition to, might you allow me to have a moment of your time? There are also other things that are amazing, such as mentions of seeing Carnelia in the painting and falling in love with her and thinking about Carnelia from that day on. It is all written. Whoa, shocking, so uncomfortable. It's so lovely, it's kind of like a dream. Carnelia sighs, enchanted, hugs the stationery, and then, as if she's just realizing her actions, runs away. I have to write a reply. I need to do it quickly. I wonder where the letter set I bought at the general store before ended up. Carnelia, looking very happy and excited, flutters away. We were left behind. Somehow, I have no choice but to fidget. Carnelia did her best to write back and sent a reply that said something like, "The day after tomorrow afternoon, why don't we meet at the fairy patisserie? Then Lion, if you would." And in a cruel twist, the messenger in this town is Lion. Whoa, shocking, so uncomfortable. Please deliver it soon. I know, I'll have the ice spirit deliver it. It's to the inn, right? Yes, please take care of it. But Lion is a serious person, so he never abandons his work. As I watch the ice spirit fly off with the lovely envelope in its mouth, I watch Lion sigh softly, and I was still fidgeting. Taugo. Yep. Before I knew it, Miss Croix was standing behind me and released a deep sigh. Try not to fidget. Yep, well, but I might still. It can't be helped. I can't help but fidget about this. So uncomfortable. And then she received another letter, and they agreed to meet at the fairy patisserie. Finally, the day I would meet you has come. Hello, nice to meet you. Carnelia, thank you for your letter, I'm so happy. Carnelia is wearing a fluffy one-piece dress and is well-behaved and sitting on a chair. Next to her is Miss Intarlia, who is standing by as an escort, and Phoenix is also standing by as her second knight. However, as an aristocrat, this is the norm. I wonder why. Doesn't it look uncomfortable? Oh no, that doesn't seem like it. they are watching Phoenix. Yep, they are probably used to seeing knights like Miss Intarlia, but I don't think they are used to seeing a phoenix. Nice to meet you. My name is Olvi Zach Drav. Thank you for replying. I saw your painting and thought it was wonderful, and I really wanted to meet you. And the other boy was certainly the kind of boy that Faye would tell me. Excuse him. The boy with chocolate-colored hair and dull green eyes looked kind of stylish. He didn't seem nervous about Miss Intarlia. He seemed to be an aristocrat in that way as well. Please become my wife. My father told me it's time for me to choose a wife, so I would be very happy if someone like you would become my wife. Oh, is that so? Isn't it a little fast? But since then, when I saw you, I started thinking more about it. If cute girl like you, I definitely want to take her as my wife. Is it not acceptable? But since when I look at her, I think, oh, it's a child. So, yep, I can't bring myself to kick him out. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here are our seasonal cakes. Today's cake is a snowberry tart. Enjoy. And then Lion brings the cake to them. I was so uncomfortable when I saw Lion, who was doing her job diligently and well. Lion looks at the boy courting Carnelia, but without doing anything, he turns away and walks away. Asa. Watching them, I sit in my usual seat, across from Layakles, and eat a snowberry shortcake. Snowberry is a fruit of this world, and it is a pure white strawberry. It tastes sweet and sour and has a fresh aroma that is slightly different from that of strawberries. But I still feel nervous. Why did we come all the way here? I couldn't stop myself. And opposite me, Layakles is poking the same cake as me. When placed in front of Layakles' large body, the cake looks smaller. Then, why did you bring me? I'm sure there are many more qualified people. I wanted someone be uncomfortable with me. That makes sense. Layakles sighs deeply and seems a little restless as he eats the cake. No, that's fine. If Layakles could stay in front of me with a somewhat restless face, that would be it. It's very reassuring to have a fidgety companion. Then Carnelia was all fluffy and Olvi was all, please be my wife. I was in pins and needles the whole time, fidgeting all the time. I'm so glad I had a fidgety Layakles in front of me. That's why, Miss Carnelia. Olvi grasps Carnelia's hand tightly and approaches her with a smile. Please be my wife. Oh, Carnelia, who turned bright red, looked down and looked at Miss Intarlia. Miss Intarlia took it as a signal of help and gently stood up. Lady Carnelia, we should probably go, we prior commitments. When Miss Intarlia said that, both Olvi and his escort looked a little dissatisfied. However, when Miss Intarlia glanced at Carnelia, she smiled kindly back. Did you enjoy talking with Master Olvi, milady? Yeah, it was very refreshing. Is that so? In that case, you can probably meet again another day. Carnelia nods at Intarlia's words. Oh, Master Olvi. Carnelia called out a bit curtly, then fidgeted and continued. I would be happy if we could see each other again. It was wonderful. Even after returning to the house in Forest, Carnelia still has a sparkling look on her face. I wonder if this is love. Carnelia, who sighs softly by the window, looks cute and picturesque than usual. It's true that girls in love become much cuter. When I couldn't help but whisper, Carnelia stood up, her cheeks crimson. Oh really, am I cute, really? Yep, very cute. As I drew Carnelia's picture, I wondered why she was so cute. Girls in love are cute. Why is that? Well, in her case, it's a fine line between cute and sparkling. As I'm painting, looking at Carnelia, who is a little shy and excited, wondering if she's cute or not, I suddenly see a familiar flaxen head outside the window. It's Lion. Apparently, he's glancing at her from outside the window. Lion is apparently quite fidgety when she sees Carnelia, who has fallen in love and is looking even prettier and prettier. I want to tell her go for it, but I don't think Lion will like it if I tell her that. What should I do? Lion became depressed, in inverse proportion to Carnelia's sparkling happiness, and yet the serious Lion is doing his job properly. Taugo, letter. Thank you. Today, Lion delivered another letter to me. Oh, it's a commission for a painting. A painting of a beautiful girl. Well, since I displayed that painting, I've been getting more and more requests for paintings of beautiful women and beautiful girls. I sometimes receive requests for nude paintings, too. When it comes to nude paintings, I've painted Miss Croix, who is not wearing a single thread of clothing but is buried in the bird, or Miss Croix, who is covered by dark gray fluffy cloth, slightly revealing but the most private places firmly hidden. No, it's dark gray and fluffy, it's really excellent. While expressing things like haze, fog, and darkness, it firmly fixes the shape and hides what needs to be hidden. Oh, I'm so glad I scouted this guy. Then, speaking of letters, Brother Faye's brother is coming. Eh? Big brother? Oh, Mr. Roses. I'm sorry for suddenly appearing, you must have been surprised. Oh, I was surprised. Mr. Roses was waiting at the Fairy Cafe, poking at the snow strawberry millefeuille. I want to come to this town once. I was asked to deliver a message. Message. It's rare for Faye's brother to come all the way to send a message any purpose. No, I think the reason his brother came all the way was because he had heard about the fairy patisserie from Faye. But it's probably because Faye can't come, but it's still rare. It's from Faye. Just in case, please keep it to yourself. After prefacing that, my brother said softly and with a low voice, "It seems like the Dioran family is out of prison." The Dioran family. I see, thank you for your help. The charges against those people are thrashing Faye's garden, kidnapping a child, abduction, and confinement. I see. To be released from prison in about a year and a half. Well, if they don't do anything bad to anyone anymore, that's fine. The fact that they were released from prison probably means that it was decided that it was okay to release them. I have no grudge against those people. I really hated that he had such a bad attitude towards Carnelia and that they made Miss Intarlia hostage. But as long as we remain unrelated parties, that's fine. That's what I thought. And it seems like they were recently seen in Redguard territory. Well, suddenly I have a slight bad feeling. Section. The Dioran family is out of prison and in Redguard territory. When I think about it, I have a bad feeling. Dioran territory is indeed a neighbor of Redguard territory. But that doesn't mean they need to come all the way over here, Where is the Dioran family now? Faye is currently investigating there. That's why I became the messenger. I see, Faye is investigating. If the Dioran family is doing something, well, I don't think it's a good idea. If they were in Redguard, they might be trying to do something to Faye and the others. They might have some kind of grudge against us, so we have to be really careful. Well, thanks to you, I think it's helpful we are able to enjoy the sweet blessings that has been rumored lately. Well, there's nothing to worry about Taugo. Faye can be a bit of a handful, but when he acts on it, he finishes it. Yep, I know, Faye is very reliable, I'm proud of him, so I'm not worried about that. And, well, there won't be anything done about the Dioran family anytime soon. They are nobles who have lost a lot of honor and wealth. They need money to make a move. We wouldn't miss any of its movement. And it's not just Faye, all the Redguards are dependable. Even his brother is dependable. He's already showing it, so they are sure that if money moves, the Dioran family members are trying to do something big, he'll know. The problem is that the initial move to get that money is difficult to find, and that some things can be done without spending money. For example, like Marpink, team up with demons, or something like that. Maybe when something like that happens, that will be quite difficult to find. I see, like Mr. Marpink's actions. That certainly would be tricky. No, that's when new skeletal models and fluffy floofs appeared. No, it's not that. Well, the Redguard family is in the process of greatly expanding alliances at the moment. Any suspicious information will be forthcoming. Alliances. Oh, there are surprisingly many aristocrats who are fed up with the tyrannical actions of the royal family. If we take the lead, there will be a decent number of noble houses to follow. It's not a bad thing to get along with those people. I see. Come to think of it, that's what Faye said too. Faye's father is doing something with his flattery and tricks. I really rely on them. They are truly reliable people. After Mr. Roses finished eating the snowberry millefeuille, he bought 3 bags of snowberry shortcakes and plenty of cookies, candy, and madeleines as souvenirs for the people at home, and hurried home. His summoned beast was a cute bird like a rose. It was a bird with feathers that were smooth and shiny rather than fluffy, and each feather looked like a petal, very elegant. There are still many mysterious creatures in this world. That's nice. I want to paint them. Next time, when you have some free time, please let me paint that bird and Mr. Roses. I'm worried about the Dioran family, but at the same time, I'm worried about Carnelia. I hope the Diorans don't target her. Master Olvi, he wrote to me again. Next time, the day after tomorrow, how interesting, right? and I'm worried about my fidgeting. No, it's not that I'm just fidgety, it's because I'm uncomfortable. Yep, I'm uncomfortable. I'll write a reply. Carnelia cheerfully runs out of the forest house saying, I'll write a reply. She was definitely going to go to Lion's place, so uncomfortable. But as soon as Carnelia jumped out, I heard a scream, Lady Carnelia. Intarlia immediately rushed out, I also rush out. Then there, oh, what would make Mr. Horse eat the letter? There was a Pegasus with their mouth chewing, a unicorn scooping up Carnelia and placing her around their neck, and many other horses surrounding her. Yep, for now, if a horse ate the letter, it would be bad for digestion, so I asked them to spit it out. Padoey, but of course, the letter that the horse chewed on is no longer a letter, but a wad of pulp. Oh, are they hungry? Carnelia tilts her head looking confused. You guys, please don't eat the letters. When I called out to them, the horses all turned their heads away. Their attitude implying, I don't know what you are saying. I can clearly see their sense of solidarity. I just wanted to paint everyone. Why did you suddenly eat the letter? Carnelia is depressed because the letter she took the trouble to write was eaten. As I watched this, the horses seemed to be starting to feel a little guilty, their tails drooping along with their ears. Maybe. While Carnelia went inside the house and was writing a second letter, I decided to interview the horses. Did you try to prevent Carnelia from sending a letter? I'll ask them a little. You see, the horses are often taken care of by Lion, so I wonder if the horses understood Lion's feelings and tried to prevent Carnelia from sending a letter to Olvi. So you guys are on Lion's side. The horses were all stubborn like, what are you saying? Yep, something about them made me feel a little relieved. That's reassuring. Did the horses think I would get angry? When I said that, they looked like they thought I was crazy. Lion doesn't seem to be very good at expressing his feelings, so I'd be happy if you could help him. I feel like it's good to have a horse help him, not a human. I feel kind of sorry for Lion that we are unable to help him. I also feel like he won't like it if we did. But if it's a horse, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Yep. The horses seemed to be happy with my permission, and they crowded me, swung their tails and fluffed their wings, and pet me with them. They're cute, however, don't eat letters. Oh, they all have that, I don't know, look on their faces again. These guys. Carnelia's second letter was not eaten by the horses. However, as soon as Carnelia left the house, the horses grabbed her. What is going on? Do you want to go for a ride? Carnelia was somewhat puzzled, but at any rate, she did not mind being carried away on horseback. She likes horses. I wonder where they're going. Hey Taugo, do you know? No, I don't know either. Or rather, I really don't know why Carnelia is being carried, including me, and not just Carnelia. I don't understand what bird think most of the time, but I also don't really understand the horses' thoughts. What are these guys thinking? The horses were carrying us on their backs as we walked leisurely along. They were on high alert, with other horses surrounding them to make sure we couldn't dismount. Even if I don't do that much, I won't run away. Wow. However, I think it was worth it to be carried away. A snow flower garden. What we found, there was a mysterious flower garden full of pure white flowers. It's winter, but there's a flower garden. Carnelia was so excited that she ran to the flower garden as soon as she was dismounted from her horse. She ran and found Lion sitting in the middle of the flower garden. Oh, Lion, did you horses bring Lion here too? When Carnelia called out to Lion, Lion looked at her in surprise. Oh, why are you here? I don't know. The horses brought me here. Yep, you are probably confused, I am too, but I think the horses probably wanted to bring Carnelia to Lion's place. Yep. Look, the horses are so proud. This is a wonderful place. It's full of flowers. Carnelia looked at the bewildered Lion and the flower garden around her and let out a sigh. Lion looks like a snow fairy when he is surrounded by white flowers. Hey, it's so picturesque. Somehow Carnelia is staring at Lion and pondering. Lion is getting redder and redder as she stares. Oh, so fidgety. Oh, I have to wash the horses soon. And when Lion was about to stand up, but a horse pushed down their head on top of Lion, forcing him to sit again. Amazing, I'll wash the horses. So I'll do it instead. Well, this is good, it's kind of fair, horses are doing more outrageous things. Then Lion, let's make a flower crown and flower wreaths, covering you with them. Then I think you'll become more like a snow fairy. Fa fairy. But it's cold to wash in the spring, isn't it? I think I'll go to a hot spring. Oh, but if there was a horse spa just a few miles from my house, I'm afraid the bird would take over it. Hey, Taugo. Oh, isn't it okay to make that around here? Well, I thought it would be better to leave you two alone. But Lion has desperate puppy eyes. This time I'll compromise. In the end, I made a horse hot spring a short distance away from the flower garden and washed the horses there in turn. About 3 horses come in, soak in the hot springs, get clean, and when they warm up, leave and have Lion and Carnelia dry their bodies. The soaking horses are happily whinnying. It seems like some of them are taking long baths on purpose, which is kind of interesting. And sure enough, after all the horses had entered the hot springs, the bird came. Then, when they entered the hot spring with a self-satisfied expression, they chirped with satisfaction. Yep, I thought so. I wonder if the bird wants us to wash it too. Carnelia chuckled as she approached the bird in the hot spring, and as soon as she saw the bird flap its wings, it began to bathe, bird style. In other words, the one where the water splashes around like multiple sprinklers. Watch out. Oh. Lion pulls Carnelia back as she approaches the bird, and then moved between the bird and Carnelia. Of course, the hot water sprinkled by the bird soaked Lion. You didn't get drenched, right? Are you okay? Lion immediately checked to see if Carnelia is splashed. Yes, I'm okay. But Lion, you're soaked. I'm fine. The bird's splash didn't seem to have done any damage to Carnelia for the time being. Lion was relieved when he saw that. But Lion, if you stay like this, your body will get cold. I'll go home right away and change my clothes. Oh no, I'll borrow something from Taugo, so that's fine. Yep. Here I'll lend you Fluff. I lent Lion the dark gray Fluff. Fluff was placed over Lion and became like a hooded coat. I see, Lion, thank you. It's no big deal. Carnelia pinched the hem of Lion's clothes, that is, the dark gray Fluff, pulled it a little, and thanked him, feeling a little embarrassed. And Lion looked away, looking quite bashful. Next to that, the horses were looking somewhat clear and proud, and wagging their tails. And the bird was warming up and feeling good while splashing around with a face that didn't seem to be thinking about anything in particular. I guess the bird didn't aim for this but just because they wanted to splash around. Carnelia then returned to her house in the forest and sent out a letter, which Lion received without saying anything, although he looked conflicted about it. And Lion went to town to deliver the letter and came back. Hey, Taugo. What is it? Lion said, looking grim, or rather. I delivered Carnelia's letter to a guy named Olvi. Yep. Was there something wrong? I got a little worried and asked him to continue. I was asked to give them the address of the sender of this letter, so I declined. What does that mean? Section, they want to know the address. People want to find out where someone is and raid them perhaps. I talked to Leokles about it, and he said it was a terrible idea. No, I don't think it's a quandary. I don't think it's going to be a raid. I'd like to believe so. If it were me, it would be when I wanted to go see the other person. Maybe you're not happy with just exchanging letters. Oh, but I thought the other person was a well-bred, refined boy who didn't seem to do that sort of thing. Lyra gave me some convincing and some sharp observations. Why, yes, that's right. He's a well-mannered and refined guy. But wouldn't that be nice? Maybe it's to go to someone's house every night and place a flower on their windowsill while they sleep. A very nice thought came from Princess Raj. I see, so that's one way to think about it. Well, yes, we shouldn't think that everything has malice in it. What do you think, Croix? Then, Leokles asked the opinion of Miss Croix, who is the person who is surely the most knowledgeable about this kind of thing. Well, after thinking about it for a bit, Miss Croix spoke. First of all, what do you think of Olvi, Carnelia? What does she think about him? Well, a love interest. No, I don't think that's what Miss Croix is talking about, though. I feel like there's a big difference in reasoning depending on whether they're acting a commoner's child or an aristocrat's child. I see. Now that I think about it, that was a blind spot. Carnelia is the daughter of a noble family, but I don't think she has ever said that she is the daughter of a noble family. I'm always with Lady Carnelia. I think the other party knows that Milady is a person of noble status. Yes, that's right. Well, maybe they think there's something else about it. Miss Croix thought for a bit again, before beginning to speak. If the other person thinks that Carnelia is a commoner, then the reason he asked for your address is because he wants to kidnap you. Kidnap? I just heard something unbelievable. I need to hurry up and build a wall around Carnelia and Miss Intarlia's house. Oh, Taugo, don't be hasty. Listen first. Oh, right. Well, it's quite common among arrogant nobles, but sometimes they'll take a beautiful commoner girl as a concubine and practically kidnap her to their mansion. That's terrible. I absolutely refuse. Carnelia is a child of the forest. She is a child of the forest. I will never let her be kidnapped. Well, Taugo, calm down. Oh, right. Also, if the other person thinks that Carnelia is a noble, then. Miss Croix looks at Intarlia for a moment and asks, just to confirm, Carnelia, have you ever mentioned your family name? Ah, yes, we are being careful about that. I guess you are worried that mentioning Dioran's name would cause trouble. After all, she is an illegitimate child who is treated as if she didn't exist. It won't end well for you, Lady Carnelia, or for the Dioran family. When Miss Intarlia answered, Miss Croix nodded, and her expression clouded over a little. Yes, then there is still the possibility that she is still targeting Carnelia, dreaming that she is some nobleman. If he was attracted to Carnelia after seeing the picture, he would have noticed Princess Raj in the picture with her. It's not so much that Carnelia is drawn with Princess Raj, but rather that Princess Raj is a special person, but I don't think they would understand that. If that is the case, I think it is a strong possibility that they misunderstood the situation. Other than that, well, I think it's more likely that they think of her as a fallen noble or some third-rate noble. However, in that case, there's no advantage for the other family. No noble parent would be happy if their son married the daughter of a fallen noble. Ah, I see, that's how nobles think. I see if that's the case. So, Carnelia, she's really going to get kidnapped. There's still one last possibility. Although I was feeling anxious, I calmed down before Croix told me to calm down and waited for her to say something. If they don't think of Carnelia as a commoner, or a noble of high rank, or a fallen or third-rate noble, then I think that means they know that she is the daughter of the Dioran family. I wonder who else knows about Carnelia's phoenix. Ah, I see. Carnelia is the illegitimate child of the Dioran family. However, she is Phoenix's master. It's possible that he made a move on her because he wanted the phoenix. So, even if she was kidnapped, it might not be Carnelia, but the phoenix. Could it be that he approached Carnelia just to get the phoenix? Yes, that's entirely plausible. I mean, it is a phoenix, right? Yep, I see. I don't really understand the value of phoenix. I have the strong impression that it has a fluffy, soft feathers and a higher body temperature than other birds, so they might want to embrace phoenix and keep warm, but I don't really get the impression that nobles valuable creatures that way. First of all, can summoned beasts be stolen? Well, it might be difficult. I'm not saying it's not possible, but look, Taugo, you are doing it, aren't you? With the skeletons. Ah, yeah. Come to think of it, I did. I see. So summoned beasts can also be stolen if the summoned beast desires it strongly and if they use a sealing magic circle. So, there's no chance of Phoenix being stolen. Phoenix is very attached to Carnelia. They're always together, and when Carnelia holds them, they make a very happy croon, and they are quick to playfully nibble on Carnelia's fingertips and earlobes. Well, it doesn't seem to be consistent with their behavior of asking for an address. Even if he didn't know that Lion was close to Carnelia, he shouldn't have bothered to ask the messenger that, because he would have seen Carnelia again. Just set up an appointment to see Carnelia again and get to know her better. Yep. In other words, if Olvi wants Phoenix, has no choice but to get Carnelia as well. So, it makes sense that he's proposing marriage to her, and in that is not the case, there's no reason for him to ask for her address after all. Maybe he just wanted to do something while Carnelia was asleep, or maybe he was planning to burgle the place, or maybe. Croix thought about it, and then suddenly a strange expression appeared on her face. Actually, that didn't mean they would try to burgle the place, did it? We rented a vacant house in a residential neighborhood in the southern part of town, and made it Carnelia's temporary residence. Will I live here? Just for a little while. Carnelia looked around the house and smiled while letting out a hem. It's a beautiful house, I love it here, you're more than welcome to stay here. I see, that's good to hear. I haven't explained the circumstances to Carnelia. I feel a bit reluctant to deceive her, but it can't be helped. I'm sorry, but I'd like her to remain ignorant for a little while longer. Taugo, don't push yourself. It's okay. I won't be exhausted, just because I materialized an entire house's worth of furniture. I immediately started drawing furniture and putting it out. It's so much fun doing this kind of thing in an empty house. I didn't want to make Carnelia's room look too gaudy, so I materialized the furniture mainly in colors such as white, pale pink, and pale orange. The floor is light brown. Seeing lots of bright colors like this gives the room a spacious feel. The curtains, tablecloths, cushions, and bedspreads are all orange because Carnelia somehow gives off an orange vibe. And then, two important things. First, the first one. Taugo. Is it okay if I carry this over here? Miss Croix, what should we do? That's right, Lion. Put that over here. In this room in front of the dresser. Please take it out of the box and put it here. Yes. Got it. Lion brought over several pieces of jewelry made with an abundance of large amethysts. They were the ones Carnelia was wearing when I painted her. They were lined up neatly on the velvet that was spread out inside the dresser drawer. Taugo, can you add a few more? I want to fill up this drawer. And some to display on top of the dresser. Yep, let's see. You can do whatever you like with the contents of the drawers, Taugo. You can do whatever you want with the contents of the drawers, but for the top of the dresser, I'd suggest something of a higher grade that you can leave out. You can use gems and gold, but can you combine them with lace and ribbon? Following Miss Croix's guidance, I just keep on increasing the number of accessories. It's fun. Miss Croix is the best design teacher at times like this. She teaches me all of the popular trendy designs in this world, the shapes of accessories that are typical of this world, the realistic sizes of jewels in this world, and so on. It's a great help. Hey, Taugo, I like the color of that lace over there. Is it flaxen? That color is nice. Okay, what's the matter? You don't like white lace? No. I was looking at Lion and Ange's hair, and I thought it would be very pretty. Then, with Carnelia's input, I just kept bringing out accessories and filling up the dresser. So, satisfying. Once you've taken out all the accessories, it's time for the second item, something very, very important. Layakles, can you fit in? It's a little tight, but I can. Tight? I thought I spread it pretty wide, but I see layakles is big, huh? Well, I'll widen it a little more. I appreciate that. Layakles looked at my hands with an expression that he couldn't describe. Is that even necessary? Don't you need light? It would be better if there was one, right? Ah, that's right. Also, are Mr. Marson and the others about the same size as Layakles? Is it okay if we make them all about the same size? They wouldn't have a problem if they get in, but you know, the beds should be bigger. I understand. Then Mr. Marson will be in charge of the bed. No, it will be you. Oh, Taugo. Then just put lots of stuffed animals around the bed. It will help to disguise their appearance. After listening to the advice of Layakles and Miss Croix, I tried out various things, and a large white closet and a large pale pink wardrobe was added to the room. More stuffed animals were placed on the bed. Carnelia looked at them with a slightly puzzled look on her face and said, "This is so cute." Yep, I'm glad you liked it. The day of the appointment between Carnelia and Olvi came, they ate cake or something again, went home, and the next appointment was made again in a letter. So, for the first time, Carnelia wrote her home address. That is, a town address, a temporary residence. Carnelia was delighted, saying, "It's so exciting to write my address on a letter." It was great to see her looking so happy. And today, Carnelia met Olvi for the third time. Miss Intarlia followed as her escort, and there, they are eating cake. Maybe that's because the seasonal cake has become a melt-in-your-mouth cream cake from today. And on the other hand, me. I can't calm down. Me too. In this new house where Carnelia is going to live, Lion and I are hiding in Carnelia's bed. Lion seems uneasy for some reason. Well, it's true, Carnelia's bed can make someone fidgety for some reason. It smells of sweets and cream, so fidgety, but that's not the only reason we feel uneasy. Ah, here it comes. Lion whispered softly. Suddenly, there was a clanging noise. The sounds of things can be heard quietly, yet busily. They were coming towards the kitchen, then Miss Intarlia's room, and then approaching this room. When Lion and I peeked out from under the pile of blankets, we saw two masked burglars. Burglary, it's real. It's a really, really unpleasant thing to watch. Burglars rummaging through your friend's house is really, really unpleasant to watch. We'll definitely catch them. The burglars looked around the room, then looked at the jewelry on the dresser and let out a small cheer. I bet you're right. It's a fine jewel, made under Miss Croix's supervision. But that was just the beginning. The choker with a coral the size of a fingernail set in a gold frame on a silk ribbon. The hair ornament with a robin's egg blue turquoise, set with a silver clasp in a flaxen lace flower. And the headband with carnelian and citrine woven into a leather cord were just the beginning. The burglars opened the dresser drawer and found a pile of amethysts the size of which even a princess would rarely see, along with a pile of gems of just the same size. That's enough. Lion ran out, aiming at the spot where the burglars had been distracted by excitement. A whistle sounded as a signal, and the blanket, comforter, and stuffed animal she'd bounced off of flew through the air. The burglars are shocked to see this and tries to run away immediately, but Lion is faster than them. Small ice birds fly out of Lion's bracelet and start pecking at the burglars. The burglars tried to brush the birds away and run away, but, oops, you are not getting away. Marcin came out from the wardrobe nearby. The burglars panic and try to escape through the window. This one's blocked off too. However, the forest knights suddenly popped their heads out from outside the window, and the burglars were caught. And are ready to talk your way out. Layackles came out of the closet near the door. Perfect execution. Section. So we managed to catch the two burglars. I quickly got behind them, drew materialized handcuffs out of their sight, and bound their wrists tightly. By the way, I drew handcuffs but not keys. And the handcuffs are not the kind that are locked together, but the kind that are welded tightly together. So, there is practically no way to remove these handcuffs. Hey, Ed. You were hiding in a pretty good place. While the criminals were being restrained, Mr. Marcin looked into the closet that Layackles was in and laughed. Inside the closet is a stool, a magic stone lamp, and books for Layackles to kill time. I didn't know when a burglar would come, so I left it like this. It's extra large, so Layackles can fit in it comfortably. You, too, looks like you'd be comfortable sleeping in there. Ha ha ha, Carnelia has given her stamp of approval. Apparently, this wardrobe is where she likes to take naps. And the wardrobe that Mr. Marcin was in had fluffy blankets and cushions inside, as well as a magic stone lamp and some books to kill time. By the way, both the closet and the wardrobe had air holes in inconspicuous places, so it was safe for someone to hide inside. A nap? How do you know that? Oh, it's that simple. I know because Intarlia kept saying, Lady Carnelia looks smaller when inside the wardrobe, and the sight of her taking a nap inside it is incredibly adorable. I see, Miss Intarlia, you really cherish Carnelia. I don't know how to explain it, but it makes me happy too. Mr. Taugo, what are we going to do about these guys? If it's okay to carry them, we'll carry them. Oh, by the way, the cocoa was delicious. And for the two knights who were hiding in the shade of the shrubbery outside the window, I prepared an igloo made from the shrubbery to keep them warm from the cold outside, blankets inside it, and hot cocoa with marshmallows. These marshmallows are not the ones from the marshmallow ground where the royal family sank. I made ones that can be eaten. Then, please carry them. Wait, Taugo, let's at least get a look at their faces first. And while we're at it, how about we have them taken away with their faces exposed? I think so. These guys are the kind of people who would burgle Carnelia's house, so their faces should be exposed, and they should never be able to walk around this town again. And Lion, more than anyone, is aggressive and wound-tight. Lion has two burglars pecked at by the ice birds. Lion also kicked the burglars. Calm down, Lion. How could I stay calm? This bastard, die. Ah, Lion seems like an angel today, an avenging angel. However, even if you're an angel, kicking someone is not a good idea, so I gently pulled Lion away from the burglar. The little ice birds stopped pecking the burglars' faces and moved back when Lion left. Well, if we remove their mask, we can find out why they broke into this house. Let's take it off. Layackle said, putting his hands on the burglars' masks. The burglars resisted, but when Leon showed them the ice bird, they calmed down, lowered their heads, and then their faces were revealed. They had been silent for a long time, and I'm sure they were afraid that their voices would reveal their true identities, but once I saw their faces, I knew exactly who they were. I've seen them before. Oh, it's been a while. The burglars were Mr. Dioran and his son. I took them out of Carnelia's house and took them straight to the knight's quarters, avoiding the fairy patisserie. Miss Croix and Faye were waiting for us at the knight's quarters, and when they saw Mr. Dioran and his son, they made a face like, "Ugh." It looked like they had a headache or something. Well then, let's get them talking. Leocles asked Mr. Dioran a question as he stood, tall and intimidating. It was Mr. Dioran's second time meeting me, but also his second time meeting Leocles. Maybe that's why he seemed a little hesitant. Well, we all pretty much know about what's going on. Leocles sighed in dismay and contempt, and said, using your status as Carnelia's parent, you were trying to use her and the Phoenix as a tool for a political marriage, weren't you? I've done my research. Olvi who claimed to be from House Drav, but the House Drav is on the decline, right? Well, I guess they're better off than the House Dioran, whose lord kidnapped a young boy and sent soldiers into the gardens of other nobles' mansion. When Miss Croix said this mercilessly, Mr. Dioran looked as if she wanted to say something, but she seemed to be determined to remain silent. He just kept his head down without saying anything. And although metalworking is thriving in the Drav territory, just recently they have been competing with other nobles for a large order of weapons and armor from the royal family. It was a great opportunity for the Drav family to connect with the royal family. Moreover, it was quite lucrative. Miss Croix let out a sigh as she was talking about the fact that the royal family was collecting weapons and armor. Then she composed himself and continued. In the end, the Dravs lost the competition and were unable to make a connection with the royal family. With no income and no longer being awarded the royal warrant, the Dravs tried to use their son to make ties with other nobles. Oh, I see. I guess I'm still ignorant about the affairs of the surrounding lords. The king's collection of weapons and armor is, needless to say, a countermeasure against the Demon King, and I know that the king is a little bit crazy about it and has gone too far. But yes, I see naturally, the orders for production will be sent to places other than the royal capital. From here on, it's just speculation. After finishing her preamble, Miss Croix finally approached Mr. Dioran. I'm sure the Drav family hasn't seen Carnelia's painting. No, I'm sure they did look at it to make sure there are no loose ends, but before that, Mr. Dioran. Didn't you meet with them and said, my daughter has a phoenix and would be a good way to make ties with the royal family? Mr. Dioran said nothing. However, he had a complicated look on his face. I suppose it's complicated to have to rely on a daughter who you didn't acknowledge as your daughter, who you locked away in your mansion and kept out of the public eye, but we're a lot more complicated than that. If it's true that there's a phoenix in someone's family, then there's a good chance that the royal family will contact them in some way. Especially with the current royal family. They're so obsessed with the red dragon. Olvi's family wanted the phoenix because they wanted a connection to the royal family. That's why they wanted Carnelia, who comes with Phoenix, so maybe that's what they were aiming for. I have mixed feelings about this too. As for where Carnelia went, well, you guessed right. The artist of the painting is Taugo Uzora. You both know him, and it's a good guess that Carnelia is there, too. So, I wonder if you were using Carnelia and the Phoenix as a bargaining chip to get them to promise you the restoration of the Dioran family. When Miss Croix's guess was mostly done, Mr. Dioran looked at him for a moment, looked abhorrent, and then turned his head down again. Why don't you say something? Seeing this, Leocles stepped forward. At that moment, Mr. Dioran seemed frightened and coward. I have to ask you about the matter of your abandoning Carnelia and using her as an instrument of political marriage. But before that, you are guilty of burglarizing Carnelia's house. Leocles looked down at Mr. Dioran and the others with a look of disgust, with the coldness and steeliness beyond a plaster statue. As I said before, are ready to talk your way out. Come on, give me your best excuse for your filthy act of trying to steal from the girl you abandoned. After that, I left the room and leave the interrogation to the professionals. It seems that the reason was that, well, my presence would reduce the tension in the room. Sorry for the relaxed look on my face. Of course, just because I left doesn't mean I don't have work to do. The knights were dispatched to the ferry cafe shortly before I left. To catch Olvi. Olvi wasn't arrested, and it's unclear whether he was planning anything bad, so he was asked to voluntarily be questioned and accompanied. But I'm sure he'll comply, we were confident, and so I waited in front of the knights' barracks for a few minutes. Oh, welcome back. Olvi is brought in. The sound of rattling bones echoed. He was taken away by the Bone Knight Order. This time, I left it to the Bone Knight Order to bring Olvi. They were very motivated, and they were trustworthy knights, and above all, they were very confident. Well, I sent out the Bone Knights and this is the result. Amazing. Olvi didn't seem like he will resist at all. He was obedient and let himself be brought in. The escort seemed depressed, or rather, they didn't put up any resistance and just let themselves be brought in. The Bone Knight order is amazing. I wonder if they're good at negotiation. Great, you came. When I ran up to him, Olvi shrank back, and the escort glanced at me and put his hand on his sword. But when the skeletal models saw this, they moved in unison. The guard immediately gave up and took his hand off his sword. It was the Bone Knights, after all. They have a sense of intimidation, or something like that. Olvi, right? I asked, bending down a little, and Olvi, though frightened, nodded energetically. Yes, that's good. Sorry for the suddenness. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Of course, I won't force you. But it would be great if you could come and talk to me and them. I waited patiently for Olvi's reply, while the skeletons surrounded us and watched. Olvi looked around and finally turned to face his escort, who bowed and shook his head. He was admonishing himself, I guess. Like, you don't need to be so scared. Or was it a no with the intention of you don't have to obey? As we waited anxiously. I understand, I'll obey. Olvi answered clearly. Great. Then let's talk in this room in this building. I was relieved. I was glad that Olvi was so cooperative. Maybe he's not a bad kid after all. I'm sure he had some sort of exchange with the Dioran family, but maybe he actually likes Carnelia. And so, we, along with the Bone Knight Order, decided to enter the Knight's barracks. Even so, the reason why this voluntary accompaniment went so smoothly was thanks to the negotiating skills of the Bone Knight Order. I'll ask them later how they negotiated. Thank you, Bone Knights. I'll be counting on you for any voluntary accompaniment I may have in this town from now on. Section. Then, Olvi and his escort were to be interviewed separately. I and Mr. Marson went into each room, with me in charge of Olvi and Mr. Marson in charge of the escort. Also, half of the Bone Knights were there. I thought they might want to use it as reference for the interrogation, so I suggested they observe Mr. Marson's side, but exactly half of them, led by Gashido Kuro, stayed in my room. I guess he is trying to fulfill his duty to the people he brought to until the end. They must have a strong sense of responsibility. And then we were to hear from Olvi. So, you're the third son of the Drav family, so it's okay for you to marry a fallen noble, and it doesn't matter how many wives you have. And above all else, you wanted Phoenix, is that correct? Why, yes. Olvi was extremely cooperative and told me a lot of things. Of course, this was as much as a 12-year-old boy could know, but I still got the gist of it. First of all, Olvi was suddenly told by his father that he had found the woman he was going to marry. They went to the Redguard territory with his father, and to my art gallery. There, he was shown a painting with Carnelia that I had done, and his father told this is her. Olvi had heard most of the details about Carnelia, including that she was an illegitimate child of the Dioran family, but that while she had run away, the Dioran family still had custody of her and all other rights over her. Or rather, well, he thought that Mr. Dioran still had a say in many things. As Miss Croix had expected, it was Mr. Dioran who had brought the matter of Carnelia and Olvi's marriage to Olvi's father. Olvi himself, well, it seems he doesn't have a very good impression of Dioran, but he seems to be attracted to Phoenix, and as for Carnelia, his father had told him, I'm not asking you to make her your first wife. So it seems he sent the letter to Carnelia without much thought. Yep, well, he is 12 years old, so he doesn't think too much about marriage, right? Especially in this world, there seem to be a lot of polygamous marriages among the nobility. But for me, it's a little complicated. I know that this is a very selfish thing to say, but I really wanted Olvi to love Carnelia. Or rather, I don't want Carnelia to be disappointed when she's so in love and feeling all excited. No, it's selfish, isn't it? I think it's true that Olvi is rude to Carnelia, but that doesn't mean I have any right to be angry at him. It's rude to Olvi, and more than anything, it's rude to Carnelia. However, I still couldn't shake the feeling of regret that I couldn't push away. So after I finished listening to Olvi's story in disappointment along with the Bone Knights, I asked Olvi. Olvi. Why, yes. Olvi, who had been nervously looking at me with my shoulders slumped, sat up straight and answered me anxiously. I wonder, maybe he feels sorry for disappointing us. I don't think he's a bad kid at heart, or maybe I just want to think that. No, but I have to ask this. I have to be clear. It's probably completely irrelevant and pointless in the interactions between aristocrats, but it's important to a 12-year-old boy and, above all, an 11-year-old girl in love with love. Do you like Carnelia? As soon as I asked that question, Olvi was dumbfounded. He looked like he'd been asked an unexpected question, or like he'd never even thought about it. So, after all, he wasn't particularly fond of her, but his father encouraged him to approach Carnelia, so that is why he must have started to pursue her. Well, I would like to take her in as my wife. That's true. What would you do if I told you to give up on Carnelia in exchange for Phoenix? When I asked him with a different question, Olvi's eyes lit up. You have the Phoenix here. No, they're not there. So, if I can have the Phoenix, well, in the end, there's no way to transfer the Phoenix without Carnelia's permission. Phoenix, if I wanted to, they'll appear, but they're not here right now. When I said that, Olvi looked at me with a fixed gaze and muttered, "How dare you make fun of someone?" Sorry. So that means you like Phoenix more than Carnelia. And while I was a little disappointed, I was also a little relieved. I don't want Carnelia to have relationships with people where interests go beyond just affection. For some reason, no, maybe this is just my selfish thinking, but seeing that Olvi was surrounded by the Bone Knights and didn't know what to do, I decided to ask them to leave for the time being. No, because it's too cramped. This room is a little too small for the Bone Knights to be packed in tightly. By the way, I told them to call Leackles or Miss Croix once the questioning of Mr. Dioran is over, so I'm sure the Bone Knights will bring one of them. They're smart, and more than anything, they're wonderful people with excellent negotiation skills and consideration. What was that monster just now? As soon as the Bone Knights left, Olvi's face showed suspicion instead. Maybe he was nervous because he wasn't used to seeing the Bone Knights. I'm sorry I didn't notice. They are the guardians of this forest, the Bone Knight Order. When I explained, Olvi nodded with a look of understanding and confusion on his face. He took a breath, and then asked me a question. About the matter earlier. Yep. Olvi, feeling a bit better, glared at me and said, "There's no problem with me marrying Carnelia, right?" Well, I guess if you actually like Carnelia. I asked back with a bit of expectation, but instead of replying, Olvi began to utter the next words to confirm his thoughts. If she likes me and wants to marry me, then there's nothing you can do to stop her. Yes. I have mixed feelings about it, but I can't stop it. Well, I want to stop it, but I'm not sure if it's okay to stop it. In that case, what I do won't change. She is. Just as I was feeling down, the sound of rattling came back. In response, Olvi's body stiffened again, but the Bone Knights just peeked at us from the door and didn't enter the room. Instead, Miss Croix slipped in. "Taugo, I'm done here too. There are a few things I want to confirm, so I'd like you, Olvi, to meet with Dioran and the others." All right. I see. I had thought that Croix and his team would have finished by now, but it was as I expected. I knew that the professionals are different. I haven't heard much from Mr. Olvi. Yep. I don't mind, but is it okay for you, Olvi? When I confirmed, Olvi nodded with a displeased look on his face. I guess Mr. Dioran has other thoughts. After that, I had Mr. Dioran and Olvi meet face to face, but this brat ordered us to steal the jewels. There's no way I'd say something like that. Shame on you. Are you trying to tarnish not only your name, but ours as well? It turned into a big fight. This is why I hated it. I never wanted to be involved with the Dioran family, a fallen noble family. I wonder what father was thinking. You have the nerve to jump at our offer. Do you think there's any way for the Drav family to avoid its downfall without my daughter Carnelia's Phoenix? Yes, I do. You guys seem to be interested in the jewelry Carnelia was wearing. You were delighted that it would not only make up for your losses, but it would also bring in far more than that. It was you guys who were so excited, saying that you wanted half of it to be part of the dowry. Oh, Master Olvi, this is why you should never have become involved with such a lowly fallen noble. How could the Phoenix have ended up in the hands of a fallen noble, and an illegitimate child at that? What a misfortune. As I watched the fight between Mr. Dioran, his son, Olvi, and his bodyguard, I thought to myself, oh, Olvi is a nobleman too. He's a smooth talker, or he's pragmatic, or he's rather cruel, or something like that. The way he can just do such things. And then, Miss Croix, Leackles, Mr. Marson, and the Bone Knights, who had been watching the brawl, nodded in understanding, And then Miss Croix said, "They're all so unsightly. Cut it off." As for Mr. Dioran and the others, we decided to put them in a cell. We had set up a cell during Mr. Marpink's actions, so it's now being put to good use. To be honest, I'm not really happy about the prison being used. As for Olvi and the others, if they do anything, it will probably have to go through the courts, so we have decided to send them home for now. Well, I'm sure my father will send you a letter or something, so please let him know. Faye looked a little troubled as he said this, and Olvi nodded with a stiff expression on his face. And so, Olvi and his bodyguard trudged off from the forest town. Wait. Then Carnelia jumped out, Lady Carnelia. When Olvi saw that, his expression brightened instantly. I remember what Olvi said earlier. If she likes me and wants to marry me, then there's nothing you can do to stop her. Certainly, no matter how much we try to stop her, if Carnelia strongly wishes for it, she can run away as much as she wants. If she flies away on Phoenix, she can go anywhere. However, wait. Carnelia looked like she was about to jump out, so I grabbed her hand to stop her. Nay, be a rar, nay. For some reason, I suddenly heard the sound of horses neighing from the sky, and everyone there, including myself, Carnelia, and Olvi, looked up at the sky. An incredible number of horses were flying down from the sky. And then the horses landed on the ground and ran right in front of me and Carnelia. It was like a river of horses, a river of flying horses, and it was a very fast-flowing river, like a mountain stream. And so, a river of horses was created between us and Olvi and his bodyguard. Meanwhile, some Pegasus foals had gotten separated from the river and came scurrying towards us, surrounding Carnelia. They were so happy to be next to her that they were whinnying cutely and flapping their wings. They also rubbed themselves against me in a very friendly manner. Well, the word honey trap is somehow floating around in my head. What's wrong? Carnelia looked puzzled as she gazed upon the river of horses and stroked each of the foals in turn. Then, while stroking the foals, Carnelia suddenly muttered, "The horses don't seem to like me meeting Master Olvi." I looked at Carnelia's profile. She had the face of an 11-year-old girl with a mature look, and her eyes, staring intently out at the river beyond the horses, seemed to see reality much more clearly than I had thought. Falling in love is difficult. Then Carnelia sighed a little and looked up at me. "Hey, Taugo, what on earth did Master Olvi do to make the horses dislike him?" I wasn't sure if I should explain it, but I thought it was my own choice not to explain. It would be rude to treat a girl with such a mature face like a child. So, I opened my mouth and said, "You see, Carnelia, actually." It was at that time. "Carnelia." Lion grabbed Carnelia's hand tightly. Carnelia looked a little surprised, but Lion looked even more confused than the surprised Carnelia. Then, about a full minute had passed since Lion had held Carnelia's hand. "Well, don't be sad," Lion said. Carnelia, who had been staring blankly, suddenly blinked slowly. "Did I seem sad?" "Yes," I asked, tilting my head, and Lion seemed to shrink back, turned away, but didn't let go of Carnelia's hand and muttered to himself, No, I just had a feeling." Hearing Lion's answer, Carnelia blinked several times again. "Happy." Carnelia lets out a small sigh. "Heh, oh my Lion." And then, like a dam bursting, she burst out laughing. Looking at Carnelia, who had begun to giggle, Lion was dumbfounded. "It's okay, I'm not depressed." Carnelia said that. Then, after thinking for a moment, she said, "I've decided to dump you, Master Olvi." Section. Afterwards, we returned to the house in the forest and listened to Carnelia's words. Well, I can't really explain it well. Carnelia looked up at the sky with a serious expression and groaned a little. She gazed at the fairies flying around there, and then said, "Your stories are uninteresting, don't you know, Master Olvi?" That was a rough summary. What do you mean, uninteresting? It's all stories about you talking to a certain nobleman in such and such high society, or about this certain person who works at the royal castle, or whatever. It's all stories about other people and similar people, but I don't know anything about you at all. After hearing Carnelia's words, I somehow found myself agreeing. There are people like that, right? My parents might have been like that too. They were the type who wanted to determine their own worth not so much by who they were, but by the kind of friends they had, the kind of company they worked for, and the kind of children they raised. Even so, at first I thought you might be nervous. Besides, Stories about glittering high society are fun the first time around. But the second time around, it was the just same thing. So this time I decided to tell you about my time in the forest town, but you just seemed bored. Maybe you weren't actually interested in me. That means that Carnelia was already vaguely aware of Olvi's true intentions at their meeting. Maybe you found stories about girls boring, but boys are like that, aren't they? So I started talking about Phoenix, and you seemed to enjoy it a lot. In fact, it seemed like you liked Phoenix more than you liked me. I was glad that you were happy, and I am glad that you praised them, but it's a bit complicated. She's a smart girl. Yes, she's a very, very bright girl. She didn't need me worrying for her. She was good enough at discerning the truth of the feelings directed towards her, and even realized that they were directed towards Phoenix, not Carnelia. I somehow feel silly for worrying about this and that. So, I asked you today, tell me an interesting story that's happened to you recently. I thought that if I knew what you liked, I might be able to tell you a story about that sort of thing. And there, you have it. You told me the story of how you kicked out one of your servant girls for breaking a plate in your mansion. Carnelia said and stood up. Lion, who had been watching this and listening to her, said with some hesitation, "How is that an interesting story?" "Yes, that's right. That's what I thought too, Lion." Carnelia was so happy to get a similar reply. She took Lion's hand and started bouncing up and down. She must have been bouncing up and down with anger and excitement. If you enjoy chasing out young servants, it makes me question your character. Besides, I don't think I could enjoy being with someone who enjoys that sort of thing. Next to Carnelia, Lion is still holding her hand, looking a little happy. "Yes, that's right. I think you're someone who can have fun together with Carnelia. So, I decided to dump you." And finally, like shouting a victory cry, Carnelia thrust her own hand, along with Lion's, towards the ceiling. "I mean, you're saying you're going to make me your wife, so I'm a little put off by it." Carnelia, whose excitement seemed to have subsided a little, said this while fidgeting a little. Well, even if it was just a formality, it's still a bit disheartening to dismiss the feelings of someone who shows you affection. "Because the horses were here, I couldn't even say goodbye," Carnelia said, glancing out the window. Outside the window, the horses are crowded together. Their cries of neighing and whinnying can be heard from time to time. The horses are pushing and shoving each other, trying to look through the gaps to see what's going on inside. You guys, maybe you don't need to surround the house so much. You see, I'm going to write you a letter and say, let's stay good friends. That's what the book said you should write when you want to break up with someone. Carnelia said this calmly, even while looking at the horses. Well, life is all about experience. I may have failed at falling in love this time, but I can still gain some experience rejecting a boy. Yep, that's a rare experience, isn't it? It's also a very rare line from an 11-year-old girl. Besides, I think love will come true someday. It just depends on how hard Lion tries. I'll gain a lot of experience and become a fine lady, just like Miss Croix. It makes me a little embarrassed when you say that. For a moment, Miss Croix had a very complicated look on her face, but next second, she seemed to have changed her mind and patted Carnelia's head with a wry smile. Then I'll get stronger, like in Tarlia. You don't have to do that, Lady Carnelia, but I'll take it as a compliment. Miss Intarlia looked a little happy and took Croix's place as she stroked Carnelia's head. Well, I'll write a letter right away. And once I've written it, can you deliver it, Lion? Oh yeah, of course. Lion looks really happy. Well, this is the happiest since he started delivering letters in a while. Oh, and I'll go and explain to the horses. I'm sure they were worried about me and wanted to cheer me up, so they took me to the flower garden, ate my letter, and made a river of horses. Yep, I think that's probably it. Carnelia looked out the gaps and then puffed out her cheeks a little. But I think she's a bit much, and a bit rude, since I told them not to eat the letters. Carnelia said as she left the place. Further ahead, I could see her talking to the horses surrounding the place. The horses were happy, wagging their tails and flapping their wings at what seemed to be the line. I'm wagging it. But at what seemed to be the line, but I think it's a bit of a meddling. And a bit rough, their ears, tails, and wings perked. I think it's a virtue to be easily embarrassed. And Carnelia, there's no need to keep chasing endlessly. I think you're already a strong and fine lady. And so, Carnelia's love ended before it had even begun. Carnelia wrote the letter and sent it off without any problems. She said, maybe you've approached me because you like Phoenix, but if that's the case, I feel a little sorry for you. So she enclosed a small piece of Phoenix's hair, a feather. Olvi, I think you'll be happy. Maybe, even if it had nothing to do with the house, I'm sure he still loved Phoenix. Also, the horses have been particularly cheerful lately. Apparently, sometimes they go to the horse hot springs with Lion and Carnelia, where they are dried after soaking in the hot springs. Well, even if this was meddling, they did a great job this time, so please take it easy. At the same time, Lion also stopped being nervous. It seemed that he felt relieved that there was no one left who was targeting Carnelia. However, at the same time, it seems that he is trying to get closer to Carnelia little by little. He is trying his best without getting nervous. By the way, Carnelia told the horses, no meddling, so they stopped pushing them around so much, but they still do a lot of things together. They push Lion, who keeps fidgeting, with their noses to make him go toward Carnelia, or they go to Carnelia and rub up against her so that Lion, who is taking care of the horses, can move towards her easily. Thanks to this, Lion has more opportunities to talk with Carnelia than before, and the horses look proud. I understand how they feel. And as for Olvi's family, the Dravs, Faye's father has officially sent them a letter regarding their crime of attempting to defraud the people of their domain. Well, Faye said that nobles don't usually care that much about a simple citizen of their domain, so it's unclear whether the Drav family would comply with the lawsuit. But, well, after this, the Drav family will probably be called to court as witnesses anyway. And lately, Carnelia has been a little down. No, right after she dumped him, she was looking great, but you see, after that she had some other problems to deal with. Leakles. Carnelia was with her horse again today, but when she saw Leakles returning, she ran towards him. Hey, how were my father and brother? Did they talk about me or anything? Yep, Carnelia is currently going through a hard time because of her father and brother. Chapter 2, Family Dreams. As for the Dioran family, Faye's father immediately took care of the formalities. The Dioran family was aristocratic, so if another aristocrat were stealing from his territory, even Faye's father had no choice but to take action. In addition, the court was told that since the Dioran family already had a criminal record and had confessed to various crimes, they would be permanently stripped of their nobility, and that would be the end of it. I guess that means there is no merit in defending the Dioran family. It's a harsh world. And so, the Dioran family remain locked up in the jail, waiting for their trial. Hey, Leakles. How are my father and brother today? It's the same as always. They keep protesting their innocence. I see. Carnelia seems unsettled today, as she asks Leakles about how Mr. Dioran and his son are doing. To Carnelia, they are her family. Apparently, she is only half related by blood to her brother, Mr. Santos, but Sardo is her biological father, so she must have mixed feelings about this. Carnelia was acting strong, saying, I'm fine. It's father and brother after all. I knew they'd definitely do something bad one day, but recently she'd been acting a little depressed more often. At times like that, I often find her daydreaming while buried in the horse's manes. It might be just the right temperature to lie flat on the horse's back. Carnelia's eyes would glaze over like kumquat candies, and her whole body would melt like candied sweet potato under the sun, and she would then begin to doze off. The horse then gently carries Carnelia and brings her to Lion's side. Lion seems a little confused about being Carnelia's transport destination. Lion is a good angel, so when he sees Carnelia in this state, he is filled with worry and care, rather than feelings of love or anything like that. He seems to be looking for ways to cheer Carnelia up, regardless of favors or anything else, and it seems to be a good distraction for her. I'm kind of glad that Lion is here in this forest. Taugo, can I have a moment? On that day, Leakles called to me. When I approached Leakles, he looked around for a moment, apparently to make sure that no one was around. I was a little worried, wondering what it was, when Leakles leaned forward a little and whispered in my ear. That Dioran wants to meet Carnelia. What should we do? What should I do? That's a problem. I'm sure that Mr. Dioran and his son wouldn't say anything that Carnelia would be happy to hear. Well, he might say something like that, but I'm sure that even then it would be with the intention of, I'll say what Carnelia would like to hear, to make her happy and get her to do what I want. So, to be honest, I don't want Carnelia to meet Mr. Dioran and his son. But in the end, that's just my selfishness. I'm not respecting Carnelia's wishes. Carnelia is still a little girl. She is a child. I don't think I'm an adult yet either, but she's even more of a child than I am. While I feel that we need to protect children like her, I also think that it's just my ego as the elder. I don't want to make excuses like, children don't have enough experience to make the right decisions, or children are vulnerable, or it's too difficult for children to understand. I don't want to say to others what I don't like to be said to me. She can think of the right decision in her own way, and she has a heart that won't break even if she gets hurt. Even if she couldn't understand a difficult story, which is no excuse for her not knowing. So, I'm really worried. Let's ask Carnelia. Does she want to meet them or not? I think she should make that decision first. I still think it's better for her to make the decisions for herself. Now that she was released and is free, she doesn't need a cage made out of pity. Father and brother. Yep, apparently they want to see you. I immediately told Carnelia. I talked with Layackles, and Carnelia listened with Lion and the horses. I see. As expected, Carnelia looked confused. I wonder why father and brother want to see me. I don't know. All they said was to let them meet you, Carnelia. Carnelia looked up at Layackles with an increasingly troubled look on her face, but Layackles was anxious as well. What do you think, Taugo? Should I meet them? I shouldn't make you. Next, Carnelia asks me a question. I think it's very difficult to find words that aren't lies or excuses, and while not hurting her. I'm not sure if it's my place to say this, but I don't think it's going to do you any good meeting those people. Yes, I think so too. After thinking about it, I ended up giving a rather rough and honest answer. But I received Carnelia's consent first. Carnelia is a strong girl after all. But it doesn't end there, so it's bothering me. Yes, that's right. I wonder why. It just makes me feel uneasy. Carnelia nodded, understanding the meaning between the lines, then pondered while gently patting her chest. If things continue like this, I think that dull sense of not knowing will remain. I feel bad saying this to her because she's feeling so confused right now. It seems like I'm forcing her, but I don't want to lie. Of course, meeting with Mr. Dioran and his son won't necessarily make that feeling go away. In fact, it could even make it worse. It could even get much worse. So, I think not meeting them may be the right decision. But, her eyes, like candied kumquats, stared intently at me. I stared back at her as I spoke, trying not to buckle. If there's anything you want to say or ask Mr. Dioran and your brother, Carnelia, I think it would be a good idea to meet them. What I want to say, what I want to ask. Carnelia muttered in a confused manner and went into deep thought, her expression serious and complicated. I wonder what this vague feeling is. I can ask. Yep, I think that might be a good idea. There's something I want to say, but if I do, I'm afraid it'll just make things even more frustrating. When Carnelia says that I think about what she might want to say, it may be words that she hasn't yet put into words, but I'm sure they are her true feelings and they are something she values. Even if I think, if you say it, it might make you feel even more uncomfortable. I think it's something that should be valued, whether I say it or not. Well, you should meet them. Lion said to the anxious Carnelia. If my old man broke into Ange and my house and got caught, and then he asked to meet me, I'd meet him. Meet him? You'll meet them and then. I'll meet them and say, serves you right. Oh my. Carnelia blinked rapidly at Lion's bold words. Her face saying, so it's okay to think like that. And it's okay to say it. I'm going to make it impossible for them to not think for 1 second that I don't hate them. I'm going to make them know they are a fool, like how they've done so many horrible things to me and to Ange, and now he's burglarizing our house. I don't think I'll be satisfied until I do that. Lion's sky-blue eyes sharpened like blades of ice as she stared blankly into the air. It was as if Lion's and Ange's father were there. But then he seemed to come to his senses and continued muttering awkwardly. But that was the case with our old man. Our old man was a terrible guy, but I don't know anything about Carnelia's father. Well, don't worry about that. My father and brother are both good-for-nothings, to put it simply. Carnelia, on the other hand, has a twinkle in her eye. Perhaps it was as if she had discovered a world she didn't know about or found something similar to what she had inside of herself. And that's when curiosity, empathy, and also an interest in Lion himself mixed together, leaving a sparkle in her eyes. Is it really that bad? Yes, but I guess it's not that they did anything terrible to me. I was just left alone. I wasn't allowed out of the house, but that was it. After that, I was just left alone. Father and brother didn't do terrible things to me, but they did terrible things to other people. Carnelia said as she nodded and then looked into Lion's face. Hey, Lion, anything else? What else would you have said? Anything else? Yes, I want to know more. I want to use it as reference. Please teach me. Although Lion was a little taken aback by Carnelia's enthusiasm, he continued speaking. Also, I'd like to know why he sold Ange, and why he stole everything we got and became a drunk, thinking nothing of it. But I don't want to talk too much. I don't want to say too much, because it might make me look like he wrecked my life. It's okay to feel wrecked, Lion. You're not actually saying that to your father. I think that for Lion, being honest in front of Carnelia is more important than being honest in front of his father. But Carnelia doesn't understand that, so she says things like that. Lion is in a difficult position, but since it's Carnelia's request, he can't refuse. Good luck. Well, also, I didn't steal things to give him drinking money. He should have worked hard. What was he thinking when Mother died? I want to tell him. Do you know how scared Ange was? And oh, that's right, I definitely don't want my old man to meet Ange. And then Lion thought and said, I want to say goodbye. Goodbye. Ah yeah, it's a bit weird though. Lion opens her mouth to explain to Carnelia, but the words don't come out, and then a little while later, finally, the words seem to come together in Lion's mind. When I thought about it, I thought I should at least say goodbye. No, somehow, I feel like that's not the right one either. Lion was struggling to get a coherent phrase out of his mouth, but something was different. Looking at it, Carnelia. Somehow, I too have come to understand what I wanted to say. Saying that, she nodded, as she had come to terms with something, as if she had made a decision. Well's Lion. Then Carnelia shook Lion's hand tightly and said with a serious face, I'm sorry to ask you to do something like this, but I'll bear the shame and ask anyway. I want you to come with me visiting father and brother, Lion. Section. Lion was surprised by Carnelia's request. He had a look of, why me? But in the end, he agreed to Carnelia's request with a simple yes, and if it's okay with you. And so, today, the two of them are meeting Carnelia's father and brother. I'm nervous. That's understandable. But I'm all prepared. Look, I've written down all the things I want to say and ask. Lion even helped me. Carnelia seemed full of energy as she held the rolled-up paper in her arms. Say, you're going to actually read all of that paper. I mean, is everything on that paper what you want to say? Are you ready? I'm fine, where's Lion? I'm just accompanying you, so it's okay, but... When Leockles checked, Carnelia was full of energy, to the point that her companion, Lian, was flustered. It looked like she was going to fly away with too much energy. Taugo and I will be there just in case. If anything happens, we'll come to help, so don't hesitate to call us. Yes, I'll be there. Thank you, Leockles. You are our very own plaster statue. We can count on you. I see. Leockles looked at me with a slightly complicated expression on his face. I never thought Carnelia would call Leockles our plaster statue. Are you ready? Let's go in, hey, you have a guest. And then, Leockles led us down the stairs and into the basement. Carnelia, it's Carnelia. While inside the cell, Mr. Dioran welcomed Carnelia with a big smile. Carnelia saw this and her hands were clenched tightly. Her tense expression conveyed her tension. However, when Lion gently pat her tightly clenched hand, it relaxed a little, and then she squeezed it tightly. Carnelia seems to have regained some of her composure after having her fist squeezed. Her courage also seemed to have been restored. Carnelia and Lion exchanged looks, then nodded vigorously. Serves you right. She said that in a loud voice. Both Mr. Dioran and his son were dumbfounded. Their daughter or little sister tensed shoulders and shouting, Serves you right? It may be quite a shock, but the shock doesn't end there. Carnelia unfolds the scroll as if like a knight drawing her sword. And then, Father, brother, you have been like this for a long time, and I don't think you're thinking too much about the future. It was the same when you kidnapped Taugo. Why do you always think that everything you do is going to be all right? You're too arrogant. Carnelia continues speaking. You shouldn't bother people in general. Maybe you thought it was okay because I was family, but if that was the case, you should have just asked me for money instead of doing something as shameful as burglary. On and on it goes. Gradually, Mr. Dioran and his son's faces began to turn paler, and you could see a mixture of anger and confusion filling them. More importantly, how ridiculous is it to treat a girl you've pretended doesn't exist as your daughter now? Don't you feel ashamed of yourselves? Don't you have any pride as a nobleman, or even as a human being? Wow, the words just kept coming. I am overwhelmed too. I think that Mr. Dioran and his son are also overwhelmed. At the very least, they are not only feeling anger, but also confusion and a lot of other things. They have looks on their faces that say, "It's not what I expected." Seeing her father and brother like that, Carnelia stopped speaking for a moment, and instead of reading from the paper, looked at their faces and said, "You didn't know I can talk this much, did you?" Mr. Dioran and his son don't answer. But I think that's as good as an affirmative. They didn't know Carnelia would say this much. Or maybe it was just didn't know she could talk, or didn't know she had feelings for anyone. You guys have only heard my voice a handful of times, but you know what? I'm going to keep talking. And when I'm angry, I'll say I'm angry. Carnelia proudly and passionately proclaims, "I hereby declare that I am truly angry at you both." Standing there was a dignified and stately lady. Her dignity was such that one would want to paint her. "So, it seems you both wanted to meet me, but I wonder what your business was." Carnelia said this after declaring I'm angry, and then she stood with her arms crossed. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of helping you guys. I won't even give you Phoenix. In fact, I don't want you to even act like we are family." As Carnelia prepares to fight to the end, Mr. Dioran and his son finally had a look saying, "This is going to be more difficult than we expected. If there is nothing else to discuss, then the meeting will end here." "No, not yet." When Leocal said that, Mr. Dioran and his son panicked and tried to stop him. Then they looked like they thought of something and started speaking. "It's been a while, Carnelia." Well, Mr. Dioran was stammering and choosing his words with a look of inexperience. Carnelia stood with her legs tense the whole time, and Lion was standing next to her, staring intently at Mr. Dioran. Then Mr. Dioran said, "How are you?" "As well as can be seen." Carnelia replied to the inoffensive, meaningless words, and then fell silent again. Mr. Dioran and his son also fell silent. The silence continued. "So, what's your life like now?" "It's just as you saw. You broke into my house, didn't you? Then perhaps you can tell how I live." "Ah, that's right. Before I tell you anything, I want to ask you about burgling my house. Why did you break into my house?" "I was curious about your life. I thought maybe I'd meet you." "Really? Master Olvi already talked. He says you are trying to steal the jewels I own." "That's a misunderstanding. I just came to see my family." "How dare you say that?" His words that sounded like he was worried about Carnelia were simply dismissed by Carnelia herself. She had already heard all sorts of details from various sources, so lies would not work on her. "I know, neither father nor brother consider me family. Besides, you cared more about the jewels than I did, and you cared more about Phoenix than me, don't you?" Furthermore, Carnelia pressed him further. "In fact, it would have been better for you if I had died." Mr. Dioran and his son were silent. They looked completely speechless. There was not a shred of denial. They didn't say anything, not even, "It would have been better for me if you had died." It was Carnelia who broke the silence first. "Why don't you say anything?" I thought her eyes, like candied kumquats, would melt. A thick film of tears formed on the surface of her eyes, and it was slowly trembling. "Why? Did you say you wanted to meet me when you had nothing to say?" And finally, tears began to fall. Drop after drop, they ran down Carnelia's cheeks and made a small puddle at her feet. Carnelia. In the cell, Mr. Dioran was a little flustered. He was hesitant, but he didn't say anything, he just remained silent. The hand that was extended halfway is of no use beyond the bars of the prison. It was at that time. A feather touches Carnelia's cheek. Kaya. The feather was Lewin's feather. It was blue and soft and fluffy, and the bird's body, no doubt warm, was covering Carnelia's face. Or rather, Carnelia's face was completely buried in Lewin's feathers. Lewin stood there with Carnelia buried completely in their chest, full of fluffy feathers, looking rather proud. At first, Carnelia was surprised to find herself buried under the suddenly appearing feathers and froze. But when she realized that they were Lewin's feathers, she slowly put her hands around Lewin's torso and hugged them, trying to bury herself more deeply in them. Immediately, I followed Lion's lead and called Hao. Hao wrapped Carnelia from the right side. Seeing that, Carnelia's phoenix also came out and enveloped her from the left. And so, Carnelia ended up in the middle of the three birds, completely buried in their feathers. Mr. Dioran and the others, who had been watching the birds cover up Carnelia, just looked on in amazement. Yep, they just stared blankly. No matter how many times they looked at Phoenix, Lewin, or Hao, they didn't seem to look like they plan on stealing them. After all, there was a crying girl among the three birds. Well, it feels a bit weird for me to talk. While Mr. Dioran and his son were speechless, while they were like remembering something, Lion stepped forward in front of them. I'm her friend, well, she asked me to come with her, so I did. She didn't tell me to say anything though, is it okay? Mr. Dioran and his son just looked confused as they saw a boy. A commoner, who they were meeting for the first time through the iron bars, saying this with an awkward look on his face. The reason you wanted to see Carnelia this time was because you wanted. You know, the gold and the phoenix, right? When Lion awkwardly confirmed this, Mr. Dioran and his son seemed to be ready to deny it. But before they could say anything, Lion continued. I won't say it's because you're her parent or because you're her family. I don't think of you guys as her family. She doesn't have hopes for her parents or family, either of you. I wonder how those cold and harsh words would appear to Mr. Dioran, who doesn't know Lion's true identity. I wonder what parents think of their child who doesn't dream about parents, family, or anything like that. But you were all hoping for something because you were family, right? You thought Carnelia would help you, right? If that's the case, you should have thought of yourselves as her family too, and at least prepared something to say to Carnelia. Lion's words were getting weaker and weaker, and his body trembled. Please be prepared. Even if it's a lie, at least say something. If you're a parent, you could have at least done that much, right? I was a little saddened by Lion's words, as I was sure he must have many feelings about his parent. For a while, everyone was quiet. Time passed in silence, with the occasional chirping of a bird, and then, I hope that... Carnelia wiped her slightly red eyes and popped her head out from between the birds. If you're going to talk like we're family, I want you to love me properly. Even if it was a lie, I wanted you to try to love me properly. The eyes staring at Mr. Dioran and his son were very mature. I love you, of course. There's no parent who doesn't love their child. At Mr. Dioran's words, Carnelia's eyes looked a little sad, then she turned her head and remained silent for a while. I didn't know that. I've never felt loved. Hey, did you really love me? After that, Mr. Dioran and his son were speechless and didn't say anything. Not because they couldn't think of words to trick Carnelia, but because the guilt inside them made them hesitate to trick Carnelia, is what I want to believe. Well, goodbye. I don't think we'll ever meet again, though. Yes, that's right. I came to say goodbye. After that, Carnelia had completely calmed down and bowed gracefully, while pinching the hem of her fluffy skirt. Then, goodbye, father and brother. With that said, Carnelia walked up the stairs. Mr. Dioran and his son looked at her intently afterwards, as if they had just realized they had lost something important. Section. Then, in the evening, we decided to have a small after-hours party at the fairy patisserie. The official reason was to celebrate Carnelia's successful farewell. In reality, it may have just been a gathering to cheer her up. This is so delicious. It's crunchy, soft, and sweet and sour. Carnelia is smiling as she eats a plate of freshly baked apple pie with creamy ice cream. She had a hearty dinner of hamburger steak, clam chowder, and grilled vegetables before the apple pie, by the way. I'm sure she has a very healthy appetite. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I worked hard with the fairies to make it so Sister Carnelia could eat it. Oh my Ange and the fairies. That's amazing. Also, you know, the ice cream was made by Big Brother. Lion, you're amazing too. It's amazing how it tastes even more delicious knowing that everyone made it for me. Carnelia is at the same table as Ange and Lion, along with Miss Intarlia. And me, Leacles and Faye are at a table a little further away. The plaster statues are all at their own tables, and Miss Croix and Leela are working as the servers. Princess Raj is not supposed to be doing this kind of thing, but now she is wearing an apron and helping Miss Croix and Leela. It is impressive that they seem to be having a bit of fun. I want to paint them. I want to paint them. I painted them. During the party, I quietly asked Leacles, I wonder if Carnelia is okay. Well, I'm sure there are plenty of things she can't let out. Even if she acts mature, she is still 11 years old. Her family are still her family, no matter how much of a trash they are, and she probably can't let go of the hopes she has of them. Carnelia is acting extraordinarily cheerful as we look on. I couldn't tell if she was forcing herself to act that way or if she had truly gotten over it. Well, it's not something you can just get over easily. If you can cut off and discard relationships with people, especially those who are related to you by blood, then you're not a human being anymore. Yep, I think that's probably true. When I remember Carnelia shedding tears in front of the cell, I just feel helpless. I wonder if I should have not encouraged Carnelia to meet him after all. I guess I shouldn't have let them meet. I don't think it was a good thing for Carnelia to meet her father and brother after that. Hey, Taugo. While I was in a daze when Carnelia was right in front of me, wow, I was surprised. Are you okay? You seemed a bit out of it. Yep. I can't say that I was in a daze because I was thinking about your situation, so I answered vaguely. Faye and Leockles didn't seem to be able to tell me why I was in a daze either. But, Taugo, I'd like to thank you. Carnelia bowed slightly in front of me. Thank you for encouraging me to meet father and brother. Her words, as if she could see right through my thoughts, made me very, very flustered. I wondered if I had made a girl younger than myself feel uncomfortable or if it had shown on my face. After much thought, I decided to ask honestly. I wonder if it was really good. I was starting to think that maybe my advice wasn't good. No way, I'm glad I get to see them. However, Carnelia says this with a smile. In the end, I only said a little over half of what I had prepared on paper. But I still felt pretty relieved. I learned something, and the heavy weight I felt was gone. Carnelia looked slightly mysterious, folding her arms self-assured, and nodded. Maybe what bothered me the most was why I was feeling so uneasy. I was curious about what my father and brother thought of me, but maybe what I didn't know was what I thought of them. I see. Yes. So I'm glad I met them in person. Now I know how I feel about them. Carnelia says with a smile. Yeah, I understand that. So, Carnelia learned more about herself, I understand. That's why I was all the more worried. But seeing how she was acting so calmly now, it seemed like my worries were unfounded. So, what do you actually think of them? Well, you see, Faye asked with a gentle smile, and Carnelia replied with a little bashfulness. I know they were hopeless people, but I still thought of them as family. Carnelia's bashful smile is slightly distorted with a hint of sadness. And I guess I loved them a little bit, and I guess I wanted them to love me a little bit. Love is complicated. It's intangible and invisible, so it's hard to tell if it's really there or not. Carnelia had already brought chairs next to Faye and me, and sat down as she spoke. The sigh she lets out as she sips the soda through the straw of a glass of fluffy soda float, a new menu item at the Fairy Cafe, makes her look a bit precocious. So, I don't know if I'm loved or not. Even if someone says they love you, it may be a lie, and even if you think they love you, it may be a misunderstanding. On the other hand, even if you don't think you are loved, you may still be loved. Or maybe the person who doesn't say they love you does love you. Faye nodded and glanced at Lion. Lion was looking at her and seemed to be getting anxious, but as soon as Faye saw him, he looked a little flustered and frustrated. It made me smile. But maybe not knowing if it's there isn't such a bad thing. Even if it's gone, if you believe it's there, it will feel like it's there. Carnelia drinks her soda again. The fluffy ice cream on top of the soda, like a white cloud, sinks as the surface of the water descends. But, well, if father and brother really are hopeless and don't feel anything for me, then maybe that would be a better solution. It's very complicated. Carnelia drinks only the soda part of the drink, so only the ice cream is left behind, and it's almost touching the bottom of the glass. But well, if even having a family is difficult, it must be even harder to find a lover. I understand that very well. Both seem a bit difficult for me. Carnelia said, sighing again, I did wish for that a little. We would eat together, read together, go on picnics on our days off, weave flower crowns together. Not knowing exactly what to say to the slightly poetic, slightly precocious, and melancholy Carnelia, I gently placed the spoon for ice cream in front of her glass. Leockles was looking at me, too, with a difficult look on his face, wondering what to say to her, and Faye was putting a candy butterfly on Carnelia's plate, saying, That's one of those things, isn't it? The one on top of the cake. Carnelia seems to like this, and so we were at a loss for words. It's not difficult. Lion stood up from his seat, came over and grasped Carnelia's hand. It's not difficult. A family and, a lover. We were so surprised that we couldn't say anything. At the same time, I felt so happy that I couldn't say anything. While we could only watch, Lion was working hard beside us. I don't know, maybe I'm not good enough. I can't do much, but I can talk to you when you're not feeling well or at least eat with you. Carnelia blankly looked up at Lion's face. I'm still not very good at reading books. But I'll study hard, so let's read together. As for picnics, since we live in the forest, we have picnics every day. That's true, yes, it's definitely a picnic every day. I think Ange sees Carnelia like an older sister. Well, I guess that's not enough. Although Lion's words trailed off at the end, they still reached Carnelia. It arrived and then. I see. Carnelia's cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled. Why yes, I'm not saying right away or anything, well. Responding to Carnelia, Lion mustered up all his courage and finally said, I hope you will become Carnelia Celeste. I want to spend lots of time with Carnelia. Carnelia Celeste. When Carnelia asked, Lion nodded with a bright red face. So, are you inviting me to become your family? Lion nodded at that as well, and then. In that case, from today I'm Carnelia Celeste. I'll be Carnelia Celeste. Wow, I'm so happy. Carnelia got up from her seat and hugged Lion tightly. Lion was surprised and froze in place because of the sudden hug. He was probably very nervous, very surprised, and very happy. It feels a bit strange, but I'm happy. Even if father and brother are like that, there's no need for me to give up everything. Carnelia looked a little embarrassed, yet very happy, her face shining as she gazed at Lion. I'm happy, then, I'll be looking forward to being with you from now on, okay? Yeah, I'll do my best. Carnelia is sparkling and Lion is frozen. The two of them are holding hands and looking very happy for each other. How should I put it? We who are watching are also happy. I am biased with Lion a little, so maybe, well, I'm a little happy along with Lion. Of course, I'm also happy that Carnelia is happy. I looked across and saw Faye smiling from ear to ear and Leockles fidgeting a little. Thank goodness. We all felt the same. As we looked on, Carnelia stared at Lion, and then, as if she had suddenly realized something, she tilted her head and asked, So, I guess I'm your big sister. An older sister, Carnelia. Ange's, I think. No, maybe not, maybe. Or am I your sister? If Lion wants to be my big brother, I'll be your little sister. Oh, but I kind of don't want to be Angel's little sister. Hey, Carnelia. It seems like the idea of getting married isn't really on your mind. Section, adoption. Such words are floating around in my head. Maybe they are floating around in Lion's head too. Lion was probably saying it to Carnelia as a proposal, but Carnelia is trying to, well, I don't mean what he thinks, but she is trying to become a family. They are trying to be a family, not a couple. Why do people end up missing each other so much? Lion. Carnelia was a little worried because Lion was frozen. But I think it's inevitable that Lion will freeze. Hey, Carnelia. It's not about Lion being older or Carnelia being older or anything like that. I think it's... Faye came to the rescue of the frozen Lion, but... That's true. Then maybe we can be twins. That's not right either. It's not right, Carnelia. That's not it. At any rate, the story was accepted by Ange with great pleasure. She is happy that Carnelia is going to be her big sister. But as for those of us around her, we've been thinking about Lion's feelings, too, and well, it's complicated. Hey, Lion, cheer up. For now, Carnelia is feeling better. That's all thanks to your strength. Yeah. Hey, Lion. It's not all over yet, is it? Don't give up, okay? But that doesn't mean that she sees me that way. Well, you'll do your best from now on, right? You'll be a fine man in just 2 more years. Right, Leockles? Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, I'm sure you'll grow up to be a fine man. We're gathering around Lion and holding a party to comfort him. No, because this is too much. Lion is still depressed, thinking it's not like I haven't had my chance, but he's still shocked that his proposal, which he tried so hard to say, wasn't received as he intended. On the other hand, the girls looked happy. Big sister Carnelia, will you be my big sister? Well, Ange, I'm going to be your big sister. I look forward to becoming your family. Yeah, I'm happy. The 2 girls were smiling as they talked. It was peaceful. It was so peaceful that it almost made me hate them a little. However, that peace is suddenly shattered. I wish big sister Carnelia would really become my big sister. Ange shyly said, Really? While Carnelia looked confused, Ange, although fidgety, looked up at her with eyes filled with expectation. If you become my big brother's wife, then you'll really be my big sister, right? Oh wow, that's great. A wife. Yes, big brother's wife. Ange is supporting Lion harder than anyone else. Excellent, come on, go for it. Oh, to think about becoming a wife. Meanwhile, Carnelia seems to have suddenly become embarrassed, and her cheeks turn red with embarrassment. No, you can't, Ange. I'm asking about me joining your family, not to become a bride. A wife is family too, right? Good luck, Ange, good luck. Well, that's true, but Carnelia is flustered. It's rare for her to be flustered. Seeing Carnelia get so embarrassed, blushing and fidgeting, it somehow made us all feel really embarrassed. Faye, Layakles, all the plaster statues around us, and even the servers Miss Croix, Leela, and Princess Raj were all watching Ange's strategic play. I suddenly felt like painting this moment, so I started. I don't know how to explain it, but when I see a human expression like this, which vividly conveys emotion, I just want to paint it. However, hey, Lion came over and lightly nudged Ange. Then, with ears crimson but expression firm, he began to admonish Ange. Ange, Carnelia is family. She's your big sister, and whether she's a sister anyway, she is our family. Not a wife. It's not that Carnelia is troubled. You can't suddenly ask for something so, unreasonable. Lion says this with complete benevolence. Faye beside me is muttering in a low voice, you should have just pushed on. I agree a little, but I think this is why Lion is a good boy. Yeah, I'm sorry, big sister. I troubled you. No, I was just surprised. Don't worry about it. Ange apologized dejectedly, and Carnelia, with a flushed face, tried to cheer her up. Then she glanced at Lion and blushed again. Carnelia. Why, yes. Lion called out to her, and Carnelia straightened her posture with a nervous look on her face. For now, I look forward to becoming your family. Yes, I'm me too. Please take care of me. The two exchanged greetings in a somewhat awkward manner, and the situation was resolved for the time being. After the after-hour party was over, the next day began as usual. Apparently, Mr. Dioran and his son were safely escorted to the royal capital, where they will await their trial. Faye told me that Olvi and his guard are also being questioned in connection with the Dioran family, and that the Drav family seems to be a bit busy. Carnelia has not changed much since she said goodbye to her father and brother. I was worried that she might lose her energy or become depressed, so I was a little relieved to hear this. Lion and Carnelia seemed to be having fun again, and we just watched them and spent the day without anything happening. Taugo. The only big change is that Carnelia came to me for advice. I've been having some strange dreams lately. Strange dreams? Wondering what kind of dream it was, I asked her again, and Carnelia blushed and muttered something under her breath. It's too low, I can't hear you, I thought, as I put my ear close to her mouth. It's a dream about being Lion's bride. Yep, it's because Ange said that. So that's... Carnelia fidgeted as she gently explained it to me. When I look at Lion, sometimes I remember my dreams and my heart starts beating fast. It's strange, even though we're family, I feel nervous when we're together. Yep. Amazing. This made both me and the horses smile. It seems that Carnelia had started to feel a little nervous when she was with Lion, but Lion seemed to have come full circle and gotten over it. It's hard to say, but he seems calmer, or at least more relaxed. If you look at Carnelia, who is even more restless than me, it's bound to calm you down. Is that so? Yeah. Lion is looking at Carnelia while saying that. Carnelia is currently with Ange, looking at the items at the clothing store in town. And Lion is watching over them, and I am painting them. It's so much fun to draw them being in love. I really enjoy being able to express the slightest difference in facial expression, allowing a story to be conveyed in a single picture. It's so different that it makes me think that the portraits I used to paint were still life paintings. Of course, neither is better than the other. You see, I just thought it would be fine. If Carnelia thinks it's fine, then we could become like brother and sister. I paint while listening to Lion's words. Lion has a particularly bright expression on his face when he talks about Carnelia. I thought that Carnelia must have been so preoccupied with her father and brother that she didn't have time for love. Yep. But, family isn't the only thing that can fill in the void. Yep. Truly. Carnelia, who is sad about her father and brother, doesn't need to be cheered up by her new family. It could be a friend, a companion, or even a lover that cheers her up. What she lacks, she doesn't need to make up for with something of the same form. I know that. Sorry to keep you waiting. Then Carnelia, an angel, came out of the store. They are growing up so fast that their clothes from a year ago are already too small, so I have to replace them from time to time. And now that there is a clothing store in the town, they can choose and buy their own clothes, which is very convenient. You bought quite a lot. Yes, Miss Croix told me to buy some spring clothes too. I even bought some for Ange. By the way, Lion and I are planning to go shopping together soon. Neither of us know how to choose clothes, so Faye will teach us. I'll carry your things. Lion up to Carnelia, who is carrying a large paper bag, and holds out his hand. Then Carnelia blushes so hard it's almost like you can hear the poof from her ears. No, it's okay. I'll get Phoenix to carry it. With that, Carnelia summoned Phoenix out of the pendant and immediately began entrusting her luggage to them. By the way, Phoenix is very strong. They can carry me, and also with Carnelia on top. I tried to see how much they could carry the other day, and I found that their limit was Layackles holding Intarlia on top while holding Mr. Marson. In other words, Phoenix is extremely strong, so there's no need to worry about carrying luggage. Well, let's go home. Like always, let's go by the sweets shop before heading home. We were discussing going home at that time. I can't believe it, there's no way it's really here. We heard that voice and turned around. Then, an unfamiliar middle-aged man stood there, gazing at Carnelia's Phoenix. Is there something I can help you with? Carnelia asked a little anxiously, and the middle-aged man looked a little surprised to see Carnelia. And then, regaining his composure, he said, "Would you sell me this Phoenix?" Chapter 3. It's there because it's not there. Absolutely not, they are not for sale. Carnelia hurriedly hugged Phoenix. Phoenix also rushed to dive into Carnelia's arms and buried her in their fluffy feathers. The man who saw the two of them together spoke to Carnelia, looking disappointed but not ready to give up. Is there really no way? Yes, no matter what you do, you can't. But Carnelia isn't giving up either. She holds Phoenix tightly in her arms, and Phoenix clings tightly to Carnelia, refusing to let go. But seriously, how rude of you to suddenly ask me to sell you someone else's child. And seeing Carnelia say that with all the anger she could muster, the man must have thought he was being a little rude. He straightens his posture and begins to defend himself with an embarrassed look on his face. No, sorry, I'm a merchant. My name is Goat Bane. Have you heard of the Bane Trading Company? I haven't. Looking at Carnelia, she looked thoughtful. Of course, Ange does too, and Lion, oh, it seems like he might have a clue. I asked Lion about them, and he said they had a store in the royal capital. The customers and the store were both money bags, and they were an easy target. I'll just pretend I didn't hear that last part. I heard from a certain nobleman that there was a phoenix in this town, so I rushed over to visit. I was skeptical, but I thought that if it really did exist, I had to get my hands on it. A certain noble. I hope it is not the Dioran family. Both Carnelia and Lion looked displeased. I thought it was a good idea that a phoenix will be more helpful in a place with a lot of people. Helpful? Carnelia asked in a sharp voice, and Mr. Bane nodded. Yes, legends say that the tears of the phoenix can heal any kind of wounds. If there is such a thing, shouldn't it be used to heal the wounds of many people? Carnelia was a little troubled. I think it was because she couldn't understand what Mr. Bane was saying. However, would you be so kind as to sell me your tears? I'm willing to pay for it. Can I ask you one thing? Before Mr. Bane could get close to Carnelia, I decided to interrupt him and ask the thing that was on my mind first. You said you heard it from a certain noble, that is, from the Drav family. Mr. Bane's expression changed for a moment, but soon after he says, I can't tell you that. I think that's probably the case. After all, the only people who know that Carnelia is with Phoenix are the people of the Dioran family, and maybe people she and Miss Intarlia met during their journey. The only other possible source of information is the Drav family, who were approached by the Dioran family to join forces with them. Well, I have to keep quiet about my source of information, so I hope you'll forgive me for that. I just can't. Carnelia, who was hiding behind me, seemed to have decided to refuse once again. I'll give my tears to those who need them, but if they're used to make money, nothing good will come of it. Mr. Bain hesitated for a moment. Using that opportunity, Lion and Ange gently grabbed Carnelia from both sides and quickly took her away. Of course, Phoenix was with them too. Okay, good job. Wait, at least let me know how to message you. Mr. Bain tried to chase after Carnelia, so I was left behind and tried to get in front of him again. Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't block my way. Please stop. Mr. Bain seemed a little annoyed, so I decided to at least ask him for a favor. That child has just been through a lot. I want to leave her alone for now. But there are also many who long for the Phoenix Tears, boy. Would you please get out of my way? In that case, we'll do it without any money. If you don't leave the child alone now, the Knights will be involved. When I told the reluctant Mr. Bain about the existence of the Forest Knights, he flinched. He knew he was at a disadvantage. That's right, the plaster statues are strong, and those kids are children of the forest. Phoenix, too. What does that mean? That's why it's no good. The spirits will never let those children be taken. Well then, excuse me. I picked up the shopping bags that Carnelia and the others had been left behind and decided to chase after them. Wait, I won't. In situations like this, the best thing to do is retreat immediately. Run away. Carnelia and the others had taken refuge in the Forest Knights barracks. It was apparently Lion's suggestion. As expected of him, I was about to look around the fairy patisserie when the fairies came flying out and led me to the barracks. They might have been asked by Ange. Oh, Taugo, thank goodness. We were just talking about how we had left our shopping bags behind. Lion looked relieved when he saw me and the shopping bag in my hand. From what I could see, Carnelia and Ange both looked a little uneasy, but it didn't seem like anything had happened on the way here. I arrived at the table where I got a cup of hot tea and waited quietly. I heard the story. It must have been tough. And there was Mr. Marson, sitting across from the children with a difficult look on his face. I'll have to provide security for them from now on, if need be. I think it would be better if Carnelia was always accompanied by Intarlia or someone else. I'll talk to her about it. Mr. Marson seems to be quickly changing patrol shifts of the nights, and he is writing things down with a pen on a piece of paper. Thanks for your help. Hey, what should we do, Taugo? I'm sure that was Master Olvi's house, right? The people there told him about Phoenix. That's probably what happened. Meanwhile, Carnelia seems worried about the future. That's right. I think the certain noble that Bain was talking about was probably the Drav family. Those bastards from the Drav's family are up to no good too. I know how you feel, I replied to Lion's slightly depressed words. Meanwhile, Mr. Marson has a rather troubled look on his face. Are the Dravs involved? Yep. Perhaps the source of information, the person who came to buy Phoenix, is the Drav family. When I explained the situation to him, Mr. Marson's expression became even more complicated and he said, "They're up to no good." He was saying the same thing as Lion. By the way, the Drav family will be going to court soon, right? Yep. They are a witness to the crimes committed by Mr. Dioran and his son. According to Faye, the Drav family will probably testify against the Dioran family's crimes in exchange for having their crimes reduced or forgiven. So there's no doubt that the Drav family will testify against the Dioran family's crimes. In that case, will the topic of Phoenix come up? If the subject of Phoenix comes up in the trial, won't a lot of people become aware of its existence? Yep, well, this is terrible. Well, cheer up, we'll be fine. I've got the red dragon with me. Yep, that's true. Even though you're with the red dragon and are being envied and harassed, you seem to be doing fine. Then we decided to have a senior come and speak to Carnelia about the troubles because he owns a legendary creature. By that I mean Faye. Because he's been through a lot with Red Dragon. Yes. Well, I called him not only to cheer up Carnelia, but also to report and ask for advice about Phoenix. My senses are all messed up in this forest, but in reality, Pegasus and unicorns are pretty rare, you know. Sometimes there are horses in town too. That's right, the horses sometimes do errands. Yes, they do. The Pegasus have wings, so unlike unicorns, they can go over walls. So, they sometimes come over the wall to run errands. They sell their molted feathers and medicinal herbs that grow deep in the forest and use the money to buy carrots and other things to take home. The horses, however, are not keen on keeping money and they always don't bring back the change. So, shopkeepers would give me stuff, saying, "Here is the horse's change." And they also give me some bread and cheese. I am happy. Well, I mean, horses are skillful and smart, but I don't know where to start. Well, both the Pegasus and the Unicorn have settled in well in the town. But among them, Red Dragon and Phoenix are especially rare, so this happens sometimes. Faye concluded, taking his mind off the horses for a moment. I'm not sure what to do with the horses, but I'm sure they'll be fine. Aside from the horses, Red Dragon and Phoenix are particularly special. They are said to be extinct, after all. When I think about it like that, it's a little sad. As I was thinking about Red Dragon and Phoenix that I had drawn and materialize, Carnelia spilled the beans. The uncle just now wanted this child's tears. Yes, he did. Mr. Bain seemed to want Phoenix because he saw more value in the tears than in Phoenix themselves. He said they'd rather be in a crowded place and use their tears than in a place like this. When I heard that, I thought that might be true. Carnelia said anxiously, rubbing the mug of tea in her hand and asking me, "Hey, Taugo, I wonder if useless things shouldn't exist." I don't think useless things are bad. I think it's better if it's useful, though. That's a difficult question, very difficult. Can't something that is not useful stay? Can only useful things stay? Is there anything that is not useful in the first place? Doesn't everything have some value? But surely, there is such a thing as useful. Is it a waste of time for Phoenix to spend time in the forest town without shedding many tears? I see. Hey, what do you think, Uncle Marson? Perhaps seeing me lost in thought, Carnelia leaned forward a little and asked Mr. Marson. Mr. Marson seemed a little surprised, as he never expected to be asked the question, but he was a real adult after all. After thinking for a bit, he immediately started speaking. Well, if I were to be blunt, those who can't be of service shouldn't be in the community. For the useless to be in the community, they need the permission of those useful. But Mr. Marson seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then decided to say it. Phoenix tears won't necessarily bring peace to the world, even though they can heal injuries. Yeah. For example, if it makes money, it can be a source of conflict. That's something you seem to be aware of. Carnelia was surprised and nodded. That's certainly true. If they were to use the Phoenix tears, that's one thing, but if they were to sell them, to borrow her words, I think nothing good will come of it. Plus, if it can heal injuries, it can also be used for malicious purposes. Oh, malicious purposes. Phoenix tears are the stuff of legend. Many people don't even know they exist. That being said, they could use that to lie about the development of a new healing spell. It could also be used to deceive people about the effectiveness of medicine. Plus, if you heal a wound, the wounded won't die, so you could torture them indefinitely. I heard something unthinkable from Mr. Marson. Indefinite torture. When I thought about it, it was really scary. Well, that's why it's not necessarily right to sell Phoenix tears. Even if we don't sell them, it might not be a bad idea to distribute them. Marson said that as he gently patted Carnelia's head. So, little Lady Carnelia, your decision was correct. You don't have to force yourself to think about making Phoenix useful. There are two sides to every story. So, it's not a wrong decision to put it on hold for now. And besides, Phoenix is a dear friend of yours, right? Mr. Marson bent down and made eye contact with Carnelia, who was sitting in a chair. I think it's a little sad to think of friends only in terms of whether they're useful or not, don't you think? Yes, that's right. Carnelia nodded, looking a little embarrassed. I'm still a little confused, but I think I've got it all straightened out. I guess that's all right for the time being. Carnelia seems to have perked up a little. Ah, I'm glad. This happened right after what happened with Mr. Dioran, so it's just terrible. That's right. Now then, Carnelia, Lion, and Ange, you guys go back home and tidy up. Do you have the clothes you bought? Oh, that's right. I have to put all the things I bought in the closet. Carnelia stood up from her chair, bowed to Mr. Marson and the plaster statues who were watching her with worry, and then left the barracks with Lion and Ange. After leaving the barracks through the back door, we went around to the backyard of the fairy patisserie, entered the hollow of a large tree there, and went through an underground tunnel, and soon we were in the forest. So we didn't have to worry about attracting attention. Now, then Mr. Marson sighed deeply. I'm finally worried about the trial. Yep, I'm worried too. Section. And so, apparently the trial began. I say apparently because I didn't go to court. Carnelia didn't go either. Miss Croix, Miss Intarlia, and Faye just went to observe the trial as reconnaissance. We don't want Carnelia to be seen by Mr. Dioran and the Drav family. So, we're staying home and watching. Carnelia and I sat on a stump in front of the forest, warming ourselves with each other's birds and talking. Can Master Olvi keep things to himself? I guess we can't expect much. That's true, Carnelia said with a sigh as she stroked Phoenix. Phoenix rested their head on Carnelia's lap as she sat, leisurely enjoying the sensation of being stroked. They look happy. Hau seems to like to cover me completely from the back with their wings, and thanks to that, I have a warm back. Instead, I have Pipe Fox on my lap. They love to be petted. I wonder if it will be more difficult if Phoenix becomes public knowledge. Maybe it's time to act more openly like Faye. That's true, I kind of admire that about Big Brother Faye. Yep, me too. I admire Faye's openness, his clear judgment, his cheerfulness, and his sociability. I really admire him. I'm still far from being as good as Brother Faye. I need to try harder. Yep, me too. I should be a little more open, less indecisive, cheerful, and sociable too. Yep, I have to try harder. Why do you both look so depressed? While we were thinking about Faye and comparing ourselves to him, Leela came over holding a tray. When you're feeling down, sweet things are good. And it's still cold, so something warm is good too. Here you go. Then Leela holds out mugs in front of us. The contents of the mugs are milk teas. I heard Leela and Miss Croix talking the other day about wanting to add it to the Fairy Cafe's menu soon. So, what's wrong? Is there anything that's making you feel down? So, are you worried about the trial? Leela took a cup for herself and sat down on the stump across from us. That's part of it, but right now we're both feeling down, knowing we're nowhere near Faye. Hi. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that I'd like to keep my dignity, even if people find out about Phoenix. Oh, I see. Leela nodded and looked at me like, I understand Carnelia's thoughts, but what about you, Taugo? But I nodded. I said that want to be cool and confident like Faye. Well, Master Faye is an aristocrat, a true nobleman, I'd say. His mannerisms are those of someone in a position of authority too. Or rather, he's good at ignoring malicious voices. Leela drank the contents of her cup. I have a cat tongue, so I blow on the milk tea to cool it down while I wait for it to reach a drinkable temperature. It was kind of fun to see steam coming out of the cup when I blew into it. You shouldn't really mind if you guys aren't good at those sorts of things. I was enjoying the fluffy steam when Leela said something like that, and I hurried to look up at her. Leela looked at me with a slight smile and took another sip of her milk tea. It's okay. It's okay to be hurt or worried by someone's malice toward you. It's okay to have people like that in your life. I wonder, aren't they unreliable? If everyone was dependable on everything, you wouldn't depend on anyone. I mean, being depended on, I kind of understand that. Yep. But even so, when I look at you guys, I feel like I can become a little kinder. Maybe it's because it reminds me that people are creatures that can get hurt. Leela smiles a little and looks at us. When people look at us, they are reminded that humans are creatures that can easily get hurt, and this gives me some complicated feelings about it. Want another milk tea? I want more. I'll wait until mine cools down a bit. But surely, there are people like us, and maybe that's why the world is a little more peaceful. I'm back. A few days passed in Faye, and the others returned. It seems that 2 women and 1 Faye can ride on 1 red dragon. They returned riding Red Dragon. Ha, I'm tired. It's been a while since I've dressed like this and done any kind of investigation. Since Miss Croix was accompanying Faye in secretary style, she looked a little snug in the tight skirt. It felt quite new. Investigation? Oh, I just went to see how the Dioran family was doing. I wanted to see what their mansion was like. That's why I was a little late coming back. I see. For some reason, it seems that Miss Croix has been looking in the Dioran family. In other words, not the people, but the mansion. I wonder why. You must be tired, Miss Intarlia. You've been on edge the whole time, haven't you? That's right, I was on edge, or rather I was nervous. Miss Intarlia gave a wry smile, certainly. She doesn't seem like the type who would be good at places like the royal capital or the court. Sorry, Miss Intarlia. I felt it would be more reassuring to have at least one night with me, and I thought it would be better for Carnelia to have them be someone close to her. There is no need to feel bad about it. This time, I was not at all useful as a knight, but as someone who protects Lady Carnelia, I believe I was able to obtain some useful information. I am glad I was able to accompany you. I see. I'm gladdened if that were the case. Faye said with a little laugh, then gave me a quick summary of the trial. Anyway, the Drav family did mention Phoenix after all. I guess that can't be helped. I expected it. Well, if we could report a sighting of the Phoenix, it would have an impact that would blow away all the suspicions that had been cast upon our house, so there's no reason not to tell them. Faye said, sighing. Now, Phoenix's whereabouts are known. This means that Carnelia will either have to hide for a while or live her life openly and confidently like Faye. For now, the Phoenix is by no means a weak creature when it comes to magic. Its bond with Carnelia is also very strong, so it's unlikely that Carnelia and the Phoenix's will be ignored and a human's magic will be used to do something to them. And it's unlikely that they will be stolen either. I'm worried about Lady Carnelia's physical and mental health. She's already been hurt by her family burglarizing her house, and now this, unbelievable. Miss Intarlia is angry. Yep, I feel myself getting a little angry too. I wonder why so many horrible things happen one after another. I guess it can't be helped since they're all connected incidents. Well, we'll help her. Luckily, Carnelia is a strong-willed girl. She can even refuse if someone asked her to sell her Phoenix. Faye said, waving at Carnelia, who was running over to her. It seemed that she had spotted Red Dragon flying towards here from afar, and she had come running over. Anyway, this town is the home of the Lord Spirit, and it seems to be quite a rumor in the royal capital. I don't think there will be anyone who will dare attacking us. That's reassuring. Faye said, smiling, I see. Since it's the spirit's sanctuary, they won't attack him, really? Of course. Apparently, the soldiers covered in chocolate and trapped by marshmallow are telling tales of their horrific experiences in the taverns in the royal capital. It seems like everyone is scared to their boots. I see. No, well, that's a good thing. I mean, there's almost no way to steal Carnelia's Phoenix. It might be a different story if there was someone like Taugo, but without someone like that, it's impossible to steal a summoned beast. Also, you'd need her permission to even make contact on the spirit's sanctuary. I see, so we don't need to worry too much about such things happening. I think so. I'll discuss it with my father just to be sure. If they can't force Phoenix to do anything, then I feel a little relieved. On the other hand, I guess it's Carnelia who is more likely to be forced to do something than Phoenix. We'll have to be careful about that, but even so, as long as they stay in this town, I think I can keep them safe to some extent. At least, I don't think they will be forced to do someone's bidding. After all, this town seems to have that impression of being a place where chocolate and marshmallows can be scary. I'm really glad that I did something a little flashy back then. Carnelia came over, so we explained it to her again. The part about how Olvi's place has given out information about Phoenix and that they won't take Phoenix away from her forcibly. I'm not sure they completely safe with that, of course. It is said that it is possible to kill Carnelia and steal Phoenix, but Carnelia is always accompanied by a knight, and Phoenix themselves is a strong creature. The guards are perfect. And then, the next part came up. I see. So father and brother, those two are, as expected, really rude. I hadn't heard anything yet either about the sentence for Mr. Dioran and his son. Both Dioran's patriarch and heir were found guilty. No leniency was given. Their noble titles were stripped away. Their territories were confiscated. And it looks like the fines owed to the country for committing petty crimes, despite being nobles, will be paid by confiscating the Dioran family's assets. Confiscation of property. I see. There are things like confiscations in this world too. Of course. Right. The mansion and belongings are still there, right? So they're going to seize those and use them to pay the fine. I see. So they are going to confiscate all the property as well as the house while they are demolishing it. Does this mean that Dioran and his family will be left penniless? It will be hard after they get out of prison. I don't know if they will be able to get out of prison. But since the crimes of kidnapping a child and rampaging in another nobleman's garden were completed in less than 2 years, I think they will be out sooner than I thought. While I was thinking about this, Faye had a rather difficult look on his face. But you know. What happened? When I asked, Faye said, so, I wonder how much they made up for that. When I asked him to repeat what he said, Faye looked a little confused and sent a glance at Miss Croix. Miss Croix met her gaze and began to speak on Faye's behalf. We came to the Dioran family home to investigate. In my opinion, the Dioran family has almost no assets left. That's why they broke into Carnelia's house. Ah, yes. That's right. If you have money, you won't commit burglary. No, maybe there are people out there who burglarize even if they have property, but I don't know. And in the court side, in other words, the public records of the royal capital should know about that, right? Since it is a matter involving a national institution, they should have investigated it. In that case, they must have investigated that before the trial started. That's how it is, I see. So, why is Croix, who isn't even a government worker, investigating the assets of the Dioran family? Ah, they have nothing. Well, that's why the decision is not a happy one on the part of the royal family. It is not a good idea to confiscate property from someone who has no property, is it? Even if you want to make an example of them, it's not a pleasant way to do it. Miss Croix nods as she says this. The fine imposed this time is 20,000 gold coins. I see 20,000 gold coins. I don't understand. How much is that? Well, the Brampa family's fine for Leela's case was 2,500. Leela's was 1,000. The Brampa family's charges at that time were a loose one for infringement of intellectual property rights, and another for causing trouble for the Redguard family. So 2,000 for acting unbecoming of a nobleman is, well, that's what it is. Well, I still think it's a bit much. Even if you add up the entirety of the Dioran family's mansion, their possessions, and all their other properties, I think it's worth around 3,500 gold coins, even if I make a very conservative estimate. Besides, most of their assets have already been confiscated last time. So, it would be no use to claim 20,000 gold coins from the Dioran family, because they cannot pay even a quarter of the amount. So, it is strange, isn't it? The amount of money they are going to charge is not very convincing, even to make an example of other nobles. Both Miss Croix and Faye looked confused by the verdict. Yes. After hearing the story, I also somehow found it hard to accept. What about the possibility that the Dioran family is lying about their family's assets? Well, no. It might be the other way around, like declaring less assets in order to reduce the amount of the fine. But that's true. Or, if the Dioran family had some hidden assets, I could understand it, but if there was something like that, it would be strange for me not to know about it. Ah, that's strange. I see, Miss Croix is amazing. They don't have any hidden assets, but they do have a secret child. I'm here. Fufu, that's true. Carnelia may be the Dioran family's greatest asset. As Carnelia lightly cracks a dark joke that's a little hard to respond to, Miss Croix chuckles kindly. Oh. Faye and Miss Croix froze. I too suddenly had a really bad feeling and froze. Hey, Faye. Of course, Miss Croix said, turning to Faye, who has a very awkward look on his face. Could it be that the assets of the illegitimate child will also be subject to confiscation, as part of the Dioran family's assets? The royal family may be planning to seize the phoenix this way. Verifying Miss Croix's words, Lion was seen in the sky returning on his horse. In Lion's hand was an envelope. Section, we watched for Lion's arrival. Lion looked at us curiously as he landed and then offered Carnelia an envelope. Carnelia, a letter for you. The letter that was sent bore the royal crest. Wait. Seeing this, Miss Croix quickly snatched the envelope before it was handed over to Carnelia. I'll read it first. Is that okay? Ah, no, you didn't give me permission. Carnelia, please turn your back. As she said that, Croix opened the envelope and read the words on the rather fancy paper inside, and then made a very bitter face. As I expected. And then Miss Croix said, It's a warrant of confiscation. The phoenix is to be seized as property of the Dioran family. I was told it would be difficult to steal phoenix by force. That's true, isn't it? It would be difficult to do it by force, of course, and it would also be difficult to do it by magic. But then there's about legalities, or with a justifiable reason. That's something I hadn't thought about. After saying that, Miss Croix walked aimlessly around for a few steps while running a hand through her hair with an anxious look on her face. This is difficult. Just the fact that Miss Croix is so anxious is enough to show that the situation became much more difficult. I can't believe that they would take the phoenix away for a justifiable reason. Well, I mean, in the first place, is Carnelia recognized as a member of the Dioran family? She's an illegitimate child, right? That's right, my name wasn't on the family registry. Father also said that I wasn't his real daughter. Ah, so there's a family registry or something. I see. Then, if it's something like a family registry, especially if it's a footnote to your ancestry, especially since you don't have to add it immediately, you just have to add it to the end. Ah, it's no good. That's right, if the Diorans insisted that Lady Carnelia was not his real daughter. Then conversely, if the Diorans insisted that Lady Carnelia was his daughter, wouldn't that mean that Lady Carnelia would be a member of the Dioran family? I'm sure they'll do it, especially the Diorans. If they were to claim Carnelia's assets as Dioran family assets, their own fortunes would swell to an unbelievable amount. That would include Phoenix and the jewels. There's a good chance they've foreseen that. I see. Is it possible that the Dioran family will treat Carnelia as their daughter now, for the sake of money? It feels so unpleasant. Why would the royal family want Phoenix in the first place? Is it really to fight the Demon King? Well, I suppose so. Phoenix tears, can heal people's injuries, right? There's something special, so I think we definitely want them. It is expected with the royal family. If you can heal injuries, you can be a little reckless, can't you? If you get hurt, you can get help from someone who has Phoenix tears. The point is, it's a material that can reassure people and move them. The Phoenix tears is such a thing. I think the king, even as a mere ruler, would want the Phoenix tears. I see. As Mr. Bain, who came to buy Phoenix, said, Phoenix tears extremely valuable. We've needed Phoenix tears several times in this forest. Like the last time we were attacked by demons. So I know how valuable Phoenix tears are, and that's why I'm worried about it. The royal family desperately wants Phoenix, and now they've come to take them from us, with good reason. How can we escape this situation? While we were worrying, Carnelia started to panic, and then Lion started to panic too. What did I do? What did I do? It's okay, Lion. I'll do something about this letter. Lion was quite uneasy, but this isn't his problem to solve. If there's anything Lion can do, it's to be with Carnelia. That's what I thought, so I suggested to Faye that Lion and Carnelia should just help each other calm down and play to take their minds of things. Then, wouldn't it be better if this letter didn't exist? Lion said, and quickly snatched the letter from Miss Croix's hand. Although he was distracted, he managed to steal the letter from a professional like Miss Croix. I was surprised. Even Miss Croix was surprised. This angel was no ordinary angel. He's an angel with genius pickpocketing skill. The pickpocket angel said with a stern expression while waving the letter he had stolen. Let's say that I lost this letter. I'm the postman. So, out of all the letters that arrived in this town, I just lost the one addressed to Carnelia. They're going to take the proper steps, right? If the letter hasn't arrived, won't it take time to verify it? Maybe in the meantime, we could let Carnelia and Phoenix escape. No, Miss Croix spoke, interrupting Lion. Before he knew it, she was holding the letter that she had snatched from Lion's hand. Miss Croix bends down a little and stares at Lion. If that's what you're planning, that's my job. Not yours. But, as Lion tried to speak impatiently, Miss Croix pushed her finger against his lips, silencing him. Then, she smiled and spoke to him reassuringly. It's okay, I'm good at that sort of thing. Much better than you are, Besides, surely there are other jobs that only you can do. Jobs that only I can do. Yes, your job is to be with Carnelia. The only ones who can be with her, and share her worries are you and Ange. Miss Croix spoke to Lion directly while gently grabbing both of his shoulders. Lion, startled, turned to look at Carnelia, seeing her there with a more anxious look on her face than Lion, and hugged her tightly. Following that, Lion's Lewin came out and wrapped both Carnelia and Lion with their wings. Then Phoenix came over and clung to them. Okay, that's a good man, Miss Croix said cheerfully as he watched the two people and the two birds clinging together. Miss Croix, who had been feeling anxious until just now, seemed to have been cheered up by seeing them. I felt the same. Faye and Miss Intarlia also seemed to have become a little more energetic, and their faces looked a little more positive. Okay, I'll stop being so hasty. I need to calm down and think about what I can do for now. I don't think Lion's plan is bad. The other party has followed the proper procedures, so rather than confronting them head-on, I think it would be better to attack them as a third party and disrupt their efforts. So, you're saying that Miss Croix will steal the letter and ran away? Yes, you're right. I think it would be better for me to do it than for Lion to do it. That's what Miss Croix says, but that would turn Miss Croix into a criminal with no way out. Miss Croix acts coolly and says, "That's too late now." But for me, that's a bit. Faye, who seems to want to avoid making Crow out a criminal as much as I do. So we thought and thought with serious looks on our faces. And then Faye said, "I was just thinking, what if my father or I adopted Carnelia? I'm going to be Brother Faye's daughter." Carnelia was surprised, but we were surprised too. Faye is going to have a daughter, that's amazing. Well, if that happens, Carnelia will no longer belong to the Dioran family, but to the Redguard family, right? If that happens, they probably won't be able to come and collect the debts, but if they do come, we could use money to cover the confiscation. Saying that, Faye awkwardly scratches his cheek. Well, 20,000 gold coins is a bit too much for me to handle on my own, so I'll have to discuss it with my family. Why, you're right, even a noble would hesitate to move that amount. Hey. Besides, if Faye were to suddenly have a daughter, it would affect not only Faye, but also his brother and father. I don't think it would be good to do that without first consulting them. That's true, 20,000 gold coins is a bit difficult. What should we do? Should I break into the royal family's treasure? If I only had the financial means, I could protect Lady Carnelia. Is there no other option but to eliminate everyone in the royal family? Yep, those sound a bit extreme. The women in this forest are all radical. Moreover, Carnelia is the leader. I'll never forget her line, "Let's fight them all." And no, surely we should try to resolve this a little more peacefully. Right. And no, but surely, is it time to cut ties with the royal family? Princess Raj will have to resolve herself then. Faye is also becoming a bit extreme, and it's troubling me. Everyone being troublesome. Everyone wants to do something to help Carnelia and Phoenix, but it takes a lot of courage to do so. For now, I think the best course of action would be to have Faye adopt her. Miss Croix won't be made a criminal, and Carnelia will officially become a member of the Redguard family instead of the Dioran family. So her assets may not be confiscated, and even if her assets are confiscated, the Redguard family can officially shoulder the costs. No, but then the Faye's family would have to pay 20,000 gold coins. That would be a pretty big blow, wouldn't it? It would be enough to sink their territory. I would like to avoid that, but I am sure that the king will say that if he can't seize the Phoenix, he will at least make the Redguards feel bad about it, and if that happens, he will pay 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins? How many jewels would I need to draw to make that? I can't even imagine it. Oh, Carnelia is a member of the Dioran family, so Carnelia's belongings are the property of the Dioran family. And that's why Phoenix is seized to make up for the fine of 2,000 gold coins. I don't think it has to be Phoenix. Yep, I just realized something. I think we can still get money for Carnelia in the first place. Even if Carnelia isn't from the Redguard family, as long as she has money, I think the problem can be solved. Really? Wait a minute. I go back home, grab the empty box of cookies that's in my room, and go back. So, I opened the box in front of a smiling and dumbfounded Miss Croix, a confused Miss Intarlia, and a curious Carnelia. If it's just jewels, then yep, I have them. Wow, they're shiny. Inside the box are some jewels. If money can solve it, let's solve it with money. There are lots of jewels that can be turned into money, so I think this could solve the problem. Section. I'd like to say that line at least once in my life. If it can be solved with money, let's solve it with money. Well, when it's an exchange of 20,000 gold coins, it finally feels like it's a scene within a story. But the scene before my eyes is even outlandish than that. Marcin and Leockles stood next to me with shocked expressions on their faces. Right now, I'm just painting and materializing jewels over and over. I spread out many sheets of magically made drawing paper on the floor and walk around between them, magically painting more and more jewels in the empty spaces of the paper. Carnelia, Angel, and Lion pick up the gems and put them in a box, and then I draw jewels again in the empty spaces. It's kind of fun. The sight of Carnelia and our friends picking up jewels reminds me of Millet's The Gleaners, an oil painting by French artist Jean-François Millet. No, they are not gleaning stalks of wheat but jewels, and it's children who are picking them up, so if I were to draw this, I think I would use soft, gentle, and clear pastel colors. Taugo, I want pink ones next. If we are going to fill the spaces in this box, I think pink would be good. Okay, next is pink then. Taugo, pink is good, but I heard that purple is in fashion among women in the royal capital right now. Purple jewelry has a good chance of selling at a high price. More purple too, please. Yep, I'll draw a purple one too. Oh, by the way, do you know why purple gems are popular? It's because you drew pictures of beautiful girls adorned by purple gems. Ah, I see. I've become a fashion leader. I feel a bit embarrassed. As per Carnelia's request, I painted some pink jewels, rose quartz, and then with Miss Croix's request, I also painted amethysts. From the edge where the jewels are painted, the paintings tremble, shrink, and pop out. They come out in the order they were drawn, so there is a slight time difference, which is interesting. It's also fun to watch the children pick them up in order. I wonder what jewels are. Are they something you pick up like fallen acorns in the forest? Faye said, looking off into the distance. I see, acorns. I think it was like this when teacher was picking up acorns in the park in the past. Yep, this is more like picking up acorns than gleaning. Once the acorn-like jewel gathering is finished, they are inspected by Faye, Miss Croix, and Princess Raj. This won't do. Oh, it is no good. Yes, you put a lot of effort in this. They have a lot of magic power. The reason for the inspection is to adjust the magic power. I was very careful in my painting, but still, there are some gems that have too much magic power. If they find any, they have them removed. What incredible magical power. So magic stones like this really exist. That's right. They do exist, all over the place like this, Taugo. This pile here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Looks like quite a lot of it didn't work. Sorry, Lord Taugo. I'd like to ask you something as well. Princess Raj, don't be shy around Togo. Don't be afraid to reject them. You can reject this one too. This one too. However, that would be a lot of work for Lord Taugos. Yep. It looks like I'm going to paint this again. That means I'll have to redraw it. So fun. It's okay. Taugo is happy as long as he's painting, so there's no need to think it's a hassle. He'll probably just be happy. Right. Yep. Very fun. So I prepared the jewels, and the ones that didn't work didn't fit in the empty cookie box anymore, so I made a new shelf with drawers for jewels and set it up in my room, and I would put the jewels in there. And sometimes, when I wanted to make a color I wanted, I would take jewels from there and use them as paints, and then I could make the colors I wanted. That should be enough. We have 20,000 gold coins worth of jewels. Carnelia also finished packing the finished jewels into boxes, and they were safely ready to be confiscated. They can come and take it any time. I'm sure the other party didn't expect that the confiscation would take this long. My father would be surprised. I don't think he expected so many fine magic stones to be packed in an empty candy box. I drew some jewelry boxes out too, but that wasn't enough for now, so I had to put some in jewelry boxes to display them nicely. But more than half of the jewelry is in empty candy boxes. I think the king would be surprised if he received this. Even so, I didn't expect that it will take them a long time to appear. Faye has been staying here ever since the day we do the acorn-like jewel gathering, but they still haven't appeared. Yes, I thought for sure they'd be in a big hurry. Miss Croix is also ready to go, secretary style, every day, but they still haven't showed up. Since the letter of confiscation has arrived, they should send in troops quickly. Leockles is also carefully tending to his sword, armor, and shield every day, but they haven't showed up. Although a letter of confiscation was sent, the people who were supposed to come to seize the property never showed up. I wonder if something happened. I don't think they're arguing at this point. No, maybe they're preparing to take more stuff. It's not that it's impossible, but they've already sent a formal letter of confiscation. It's unlikely they'll be able to overturn that. There should be no way to overturn it. They have the advantage this time of following the official procedure. We were getting anxious, but the people who were going to seize the property never showed up. We don't know what's going on, no letter of explanation or anything like that. What should we do? If they don't come, all these jewels we packed will go to waste. When that time comes, let's put it on display in Carnelia's room. That's wonderful. Oh, in that case, I'll give some to Leon and Ange too. We're family, after all. Then I'll distribute one to everyone in the forest. Carnelia is doing extremely well, but I'm feeling quite anxious. I wonder when the people taking the property are going to come. I was ready to paint the scene of the confiscation, with the people coming to seize the property. Hey, Taugo, are you planning on painting the confiscation? Yep. If they're going to seize something, it would be a shame for it to be free. So I think it's better to paint it. Plus, I'm sure it will create an atmosphere that I have never seen before. I wonder if the seizure will have an atmosphere similar to Rembrandt's, The Night Watch, Achaia, the shooting company of Frans Banning Koch and Willem van Ruytenberch oil painting by Dutch artist Rembrandt van Rijn, or Delacroix's Liberty leading the people. Oil painting by French artist Eugene Delacroix, I'm looking forward to it. You know, you seem to be enjoying life, don't you? Yep, thanks to everyone. Since coming to this world, life has been fun. Really, really fun. Because I can paint as much as I want and I don't get told off for painting. Maybe I should paint too. Since I'm here anyway. You should definitely do that. Leela had a dumbfounded look on her face, but then she circled back around and smiled and started preparing her art supplies and stuff. I hope they come and confiscate the jewels soon. And so, a long and arduous 10 days passed since the confiscation letter arrived. We waited for quite some time, but the people who were going to seize the property still hadn't come, and instead we received a letter. A letter to Carnelia. This is the royal crest, right? Lion, who brought the letter, rushed over to us, and then we opened the letter, with Carnelia at the center. Then, this was unexpected. Reading the text, we are all confused. We looked at each other and read the text again, becoming even more confused. You are summoned to appear in court because of a lawsuit concerning your lineage within the Dioran family. The foreclosure is temporarily on hold until the case is settled. From what I read, that was what the letter said, but well, did anyone file anything about Carnelia? Everyone shook their heads. Yes, that's right. If you read the text carefully, it seems that what's being asked of Carnelia isn't to appear as a plaintiff or defendant, but as a witness or something like that. There's not much I can read from the text. All I know is that the trial is an action concerning the lineage of the House of Dioran. I don't know what exactly is happening with the Dioran family registry. However, for the time being the seizure has been temporarily put on hold. What does this mean? Section. And so, we headed to the Royal Capital's court. The group that went to the courthouse consisted of Faye, Miss Croix, and Miss Intarlia, me and Leacles in case something happened, Carnelia, who looked anxious despite being the main character, and Lion, who really wanted to come along. These 7 people, it's a bit of a large group. Actually, I think just the 4 of them, Faye, Taugo, Intarlia, and Carnelia, would be fine. I feel more reassured having Miss Croix here. That's true. You guys seem to be the type that can't handle dirty stuff. You always try to solve everything head-on. I don't dislike it, though. By the way, Miss Intarlia and Leacles are simply the ones who solve problems by force, and I'm the one who will paint pictures in case something happens. But it seems that Miss Croix is the one who's in charge of the dirty stuff. To put it very simply, she is the one who, when the time comes, uses her beauty and charm magic to entrance the people in the courtroom. Which is more or less peaceful than an armed solution, I think. Well, I guess Carnelia will feel more at ease if there are a lot of people around. What do you think? Miss Cross spoke to Carnelia with a concerned tone, veiled with a slightly teasing expression, and Carnelia nodded nervously. Yes, it's reassuring to have everyone with me. I see, I'm glad. Carnelia looked somewhat cheered up and smiled. Then, with a serious expression, she muttered, if Ange, Leela, and Princess Raj were also with me, it would be even more reassuring, also, the forest knights and all the skeletons. That wouldn't work, because it would become too crowded. Also, the skeletons are even worse, but for a different reason. Faye and Miss Croix will be riding with Red Dragon. Leacles and I will be riding Alicorn. Miss Intarlia and Carnelia will be riding Pegasus. And Lion will also be traveling on Lewin. And as we got closer to the royal capital, somehow, I began to feel uneasy. What on earth could it be about the Dioran family registry that involved Carnelia? I have no idea what it could be, so it's troubling me. Don't look like that. You looking worried won't do anything good. I know. Leacles said this in a tried tone when he caught a glimpse of my face. But if I could just stay calm then, it wouldn't be a problem. If you just can't calm down, think about what you could eat in the royal capital. Ahem. Or maybe you should think about what you might want to paint in the royal capital. Oh, yep. And once I started thinking about other things, my anxiety started to calm down a little. Thinking about what I want to draw might be effective when I need help distracting myself from thinking about something I don't want to, or when I want to calm down. We arrived at the royal capital, found an inn, and spent the night there. And the next day, we headed to courthouse, very cautiously. It seems like we wouldn't be restrained as soon as we entered. The escape route hasn't been cut off. This way, even if something goes wrong inside, we'll be able to escape. When that happens, I'll let Lady Carnelia escape with the phoenix. Do you think they can get out through the skylight? If Carnelia were to fly out of that skylight on her bird, that would be the second time something similar happened. We entered the courthouse and waited for the opening of the session, talking as we pleased. It seemed that Carnelia was a witness this time, so we decided to gather in a corner of the room and find our seats. I don't have a daughter. I don't have a daughter. That's what Mr. Dioran said at the beginning of the trial. In the noisy courtroom, we were left speechless. Because the phoenix is not the property of the Dioran family. The fine amount considering phoenix is an unreasonable request. My main appeal to you is to drop your demand for an unjust fine against the Dioran family. I contend that the amount of the fine imposed on the Dioran family is unjust. Was what Mr. Dioran said. The courtroom was abuzz. There were a lot of what for, this is impossible, and other voices. Faye, what is going on? That's surprising. Faye, I Miss Croix and Tarlia, and even Layakles were shocked. Carnelia and Lion looked even more shocked. Mr. Dioran is claiming that Carnelia is not his daughter. They are also claiming that Phoenix is not the property of the Dioran family. The amount of the fine demanded by the royal family is 20,000 gold coins, which is far in excess of the ability of the Dioran family to pay and far too high even in light of past precedents. The Dioran family's argument is along the lines of, the fine is too high. If you only look at that part, it looks like Mr. Dioran is cajoling the court into changing the ruling. It looks like he is complaining about the royal family, and it is probably true that he is trying to get the fine reduced. But if he doesn't want to pay the fine, then he should ask for the confiscation of Carnelia's phoenix, or rather, Mr. Dioran himself should do so. But then, he went to the trouble of making enemies of the royal family, appealing for a reduction in the fine in this way, and denying that he is related to Carnelia. No, the Dioran family has a fortune. A great fortune called the Phoenix. A person who seems to be an official of the royal castle begins to argue against Mr. Dioran. He seemed to have prepared a lot of documents, and the hand that was rolling them up looked somewhat unworthy. If the Phoenix is transferred to the royal family, you can easily pay for the 20,000 gold coins. The Dioran family seems to want to keep it a secret, but the royal official opened one of the rolled-up documents and declared loudly, "It is clear that the Dioran family has an illegitimate daughter, and here is testimony from the Drav family." Apparently, the documents are testimonies from the Drav family. So, does this mean that Olvi and the others testified that Carnelia is the daughter of the Dioran family? He is not Lion, and he's really a bad choice. I shouldn't think of this right now. I have already told you, I do not have a daughter. You want to dishonor me with the testimony of a single noble family? I repeat, I have no daughter. I have only one son, Santos. Mr. Dioran began to argue somewhat hysterically against the royal official. I believe that the royal family assumed that the phoenix owned by a girl named Carnelia was the property of the Dioran family and demanded an unreasonably high fine. But perhaps you should know that is not the case. Mr. Dioran shouted loudly, further stirring up the noisy atmosphere in the courtroom. The royal family is trying to fabricate the existence of an illegitimate child of mine out of a desire for Phoenix. Isn't that right? Watch your mouth. You dare throw insult to the royal family. What? An insult to the royal family, who is plotting to unjustly steal the property of the nobles and citizens. There the room was noisy from the chaos. People who seemed to be anti-royalist were siding with the Dioran family and shouting wild accusations, while those on the royalist side were hurling words of abuse at Mr. Dioran. This is There is absolutely no justification for the confiscation of an unrelated person's phoenix as property of the House of Dioran. And furthermore, the royal family and the Dravs should apologize to us for proclaiming such a falsehood, that I have an illegitimate child. Mr. Dioran began attacking the people on the king's side and the Drav family. It was as if the situation had become so bad that it no longer mattered whether Carnelia was related by blood or not. Whistle, that Dioran family. They're really starting a fight with the royal family. Faye whistled. It might have been considered inappropriate behavior in a courtroom, but judging by the shouts and jeers flying around inside the courtroom right now, it didn't seem like anyone would be reprimanded for something like that. Well, if they've gotten this far, it's not strange to think that they are picking a fight with the royal family and currying favor with the anti-royal faction. Miss Croix muttered, making a face like, it was unexpected, but it's not a bad move for the Dioran family. I see. So that's what Mr. Dioran's actions were for. But I'd like to think that there's more to it than that. Yep, Carnelia, clutching her hands tightly, stares intently at Mr. Dioran. Her expression seemed complicated, but she was filled with so much emotion that it overshadowed all the chaos in her face. I'll say it again and again, the Dioran family does not have a daughter, that girl over there. After his slightly hysterical and out-of-control plea, Mr. Dioran glanced over at Carnelia. Carnelia was staring back at Mr. Dioran, and he glanced over at her, just for a second. She has nothing to do with me, and she's just an innocent girl. Just as I should not be obligated to pay an unjust fine, the girl should not be unjustly deprived of her property. After that, he never looked at Carnelia again. Mr. Dioran just looked straight at the judge and declared that. Then, a family tree of the Dioran family, apparently prepared by Mr. Dioran's son, was presented as evidence, and it was claimed that even after a search of the Dioran family mansion, no trace of the daughter was found. Conversely, a royal official once again brought up the testimony of the Drav family and provided current information about Carnelia, and many other things happened. I knew it, we are just going around in circles. It's just a pointless argument. There is no mention of Lady Carnelia in the registry, and not even her mother's gravestone is in the territory of the Diorans. There is no proof anywhere. Of course, it's difficult to prove something that has no evidence. I think it's called the devil's proof. My teacher once told me this. But on the other hand, it's probably even more difficult to find evidence that doesn't exist. It seems there's no DNA testing or anything like that in this world. And so, the claims of the Dioran family and the royal family had become a completely circular argument. The argument that Carnelia is not a blood relative, so the phoenix is not the property of the Dioran family. Therefore, the fine of 20,000 gold coins is too much, and the argument that Carnelia seems to be a blood relative, so the phoenix should be confiscated, might never be resolved. I wonder if this trial will ever end. Well, if the evidence is insufficient, I think it will be difficult to insist that Carnelia is their daughter. We watched the two of them arguing endlessly, worried. Q. I thought I heard a small cry, and then I saw Lion's Lewin coming out. Why did you come out? Lion whispered as he quickly draped his jacket over Lewin. Lewin had curled up neatly and was now under the chair, so they weren't that noticeable, but... Hey, what are you doing? Wait a second, that's rude. Then Lewin stretched their neck and tugged on the hem of Carnelia's skirt. Carnelia hurriedly bent down to hold the hem of her skirt down. It was at that time. Lewin forcefully poked the sparkling jewel of the pendant on Carnelia's chest. The jewel suddenly shatters. As we stood there, stunned, the pieces of the jewel broke into pieces, burned up, and disappeared. Carnelia's face turned pale as she checked the pendant. All that remains of the pendant is a fragment of the gemstone, which has shattered into a third of its original size. However, that fragment also bursts into flames and falls to the floor. The gem containing the phoenix has vanished. Carnelia let out a quiet scream. The people around me looked over to see what was going on, but that was not the time for me. What should I do? Where did they go? My. With tears in her eyes, she frantically searches for the pendant and the remains of the jewel on the floor, but Phoenix is nowhere to be found. However, Carnelia, I can see them. There's a gem shard still burning there. The fire is gradually getting bigger and bigger, but... the trial continued on, going around in circles several times, and it seemed like there was no room for negotiation anymore. Let us hear from the witness. The judge, with a tired look on his face, turned to Carnelia. What's your name? Carnelia was trembling for a moment, but when Lion gently clasped her hand, she seemed encouraged and stood up on the spot, answering confidently. Carnelia, I'm Carnelia Series. Carnelia's response caused a stir among the people around. Some said they had never heard of a family name like Series. Oh, Lion looks embarrassed. Is that so? Well then, I have a question for Carnelia Series. Who are you? I am not their daughter. And Carnelia answered confidently. I'm not his daughter. I'm not the daughter of the Dioran family. Carnelia looked intently at Mr. Dioran. Mr. Dioran, however, seemed to be intentionally trying not to look at Carnelia and was only looking at the judge. However, Carnelia smiled a little in Mr. Dioran's direction. So please don't seize my phoenix. Besides, they are probably not worth that much. Not worth much? The phoenix is a precious magical beast. They were said to be extinct, and they are an extremely valuable creature with healing powers. Do you even know its value? Yes, I know very well how valuable they are. They are cute and fluffy, and warm, but I'm sure there are plenty of other cute, fluffy, and warm children out there. Carnelia confidently told the royal official that. And the royal official looked very angry, but, wanna see? This is my phoenix. They are undoubtedly cute, but I wonder if they are really worth 20,000 gold coins. Carnelia lifted them up in her arms and held them up so that everyone in the room could see. At that moment, the royal official was stunned and seemed to lose all strength in his body. This one, in every way, is a big chick, aren't they? Surely they are not an imposing creature. Chirp. Phoenix, now completely transformed back into a chick, chirped contentedly in Carnelia's arms. Yep. Come to think of it, phoenix are immortal birds, right? Section. The chirping phoenix chick successfully doused the fiery enthusiasm of everyone in the courtroom. That's right. They were expecting an imposing, elegant creature, but instead they got a fluffy, rotund chick. So they had no choice but to adjourn the hearing. But everyone except the royal officials was happy to see the phoenix chick, so I guess it was a good thing. So, we take a short break in the small square in front of the courthouse. The sun was shining, and the whole landscape looked somewhat orange. Well, everyone was tired from all the pointless arguing, so this is just right. I think it was better looking than an arduous, tenacious victory, based on insufficient evidence. According to Miss Croix's calculations, even if the matter had continued without the phoenix chick, the trial would probably have been adjourned due to insufficient evidence, and Carnelia would not have been recognized as a child of the Dioran family. But teacher said that winning by TKO feels better than winning by decision, and so do I if it's going to end in a fight. I think it's better to conclude it as decisively as possible. I'm sure the judge is grateful that the pointless argument has been brought to an end. Yep, I was tired from the unsightly argument. And since the argument between Mr. Dioran and the royal officials, who were working hard to water down the argument about something other than us, was cleared up by phoenix chicks, chirp. Well, I'm glad that everyone's time wasn't wasted. Even if it wasn't, arguing is not a pleasant thing to listen to. Even so, this child can return to a small body. Carnelia was poking Phoenix Chick, asking them, why didn't you tell me? Chick Phoenix was snuggled up in Carnelia's arms and just chirping happily. This is all thanks to you, Lion. Thank you. Well, Lewin did it on their own initiative. I didn't do anything. Lion says this a bit flustered, but he seems happy about the results. He's happy that Carnelia has avoided any trouble. For the next year or so, this child will stay in their chick form. That's fine. I'll just give it lots of love. When Carnelia stroked Phoenix Chick, the Phoenix Chick flapped its small wings happily. There was no sign of it flying yet, but you could sense its joy. Good for you. Hey, Faye, do summoned beasts die when their gems are shattered? No, when the magic stone is shattered, the supply of magic power is cut off, or something like that. So, if you try to stay as the person's summoned beast, you will die, is that right? If the contract breaks, they will only cease to be the person's summoned beast, but I don't think it will die. I see, summoned beasts are really mysterious. But I realized that Carnelia's phoenix didn't need to die, but instead died once to become a chick and save Carnelia. Phoenix is a good guy. They are once again a chick now, though. In the small square in front of the courthouse, the shadows are stretching long. They are the shadows of Carnelia, Lion, and Lewin playing with Phoenix Chick. The shadows seem to be flying around and about over the cobblestones of the square, and yet they seem to extend much longer than the people around them, making for a rather strange sight. I was just staring blankly at this scenery when the courthouse doors slid open. Then, from inside, a soldier let out was Mr. Dioran. As soon as Carnelia saw Mr. Dioran, she stopped moving. Mr. Dioran looked at her, then quickly looked away. Then he and his son were led away by the soldiers. Carnelia, who was watching this, was unsure of what to do, hesitant and confused, but as she watched Mr. Dioran and the others get further and further away, she finally shouted, "Please wait." Carnelia's shout caused Mr. Dioran and the soldiers escorting them to stop in their tracks. "Hey, the gentleman over there, please wait." Carnelia ran off, calling out to them with great uncertainty. Then, when she stood in front of Mr. Dioran and the others, they finally gave up and made eye contact with Carnelia. Carnelia took a breath in front of them, and then began to speak. "You're not my father, and you're not my brother. Yes, that's right, I don't know you and you don't know me. But I think this is also a fateful meeting." As Mr. Dioran and the others seemed the conversation with Carnelia end quickly, she stepped forward. "I'll bring some sweets to the prison. They're from the fairy patisserie. They're delicious and, Mr. Dioran seemed to be wondering whether he should immediately leave Carnelia's presence. The soft feathers of Phoenix Chick ruffled. Although Mr. Dioran's didn't move their hands, Carnelia rubbed and pressed the Phoenix Chick against them, their hands fluffed with their floofy feathers. "And then, let me let you pet this child." And as Carnelia said that, she let Mr. Dioran and the others touch Phoenix Chick she was holding in her arms. The soft feathers of the Phoenix Chick fluttered softly. Mr. Dioran and his son didn't move their hands, but Carnelia didn't mind and just let Phoenix Chick rubbed against them, its floofy feathers dancing against their hands. Phoenix Chick chirped, sounding a bit ticklish. Hearing this, Carnelia giggled and finally left. Both Mr. Dioran and his son looked confused. They also looked frustrated, and more than that, they looked awkward. "We might be strangers, but I don't think we have to fight." When Carnelia said that Mr. Dioran was about to say something but shut his mouth. "What do you think? Don't you uncles think the same?" Carnelia looked up at Mr. Dioran and his son with a slightly expectant expression, yet also a bit afraid of an answer. "Don't come to jail." And as Mr. Dioran said that he averted his eyes from Carnelia. "An innocent child should not fall into suspicion. And you are free, you have nothing to do with us. You are not a bird in a cage, you should not be near any prison." "No, I'm going. I'm not a bird in a cage." When Mr. Carnelia said that, Mr. Dioran started to say something and then kept his mouth shut. "I'm free. I'm not like a bird in a cage. So, I can fly wherever I wish to go to." Her orange eyes, sparkling like kumquat candied orange, stared at them with a sunset gaze. "I get to decide my life. So, I get to decide where I fly." "Well then, I don't know you, uncle, brother. Goodbye, well." Finally, Carnelia said with a mischievous smile, "See you again." And so, the series of turmoil surrounding Carnelia, Phoenix, and the Dioran family had more or less come to an end. However, there were still some issues remaining. First, the first one. "Excuse me, I heard a Phoenix was here." A few people like this came for a short while. It's just, "You must be talking about this child." Cheap. When Phoenix Chick started crowing cheerfully, they all ended up shuffling off with a look on their face like, "It's not what I thought it was." Some people persisted, saying things like, "I want some feathers," or "I want some tears." But Carnelia had flatly refused all of their requests, so it didn't seem like there were any problems. However, there were a few exceptions. For example, we offered Phoenix tears to a rabbit who had injured its leg, and to a boy who had fallen and badly scraped his knee. Apparently, the standard was that it was okay to use them on the spot. Yep, I think that's a good idea. And then the second one. "I've brought some gifts and some souvenirs. Here you go." "Oh, from me too." Carnelia started going to the royal capital from time to time, and bringing gifts to the prison of Mr. Dioran and his son. Her conversations with these strangers seemed to be nothing more than small talks. At least Carnelia has decided to accept the Diorans as something a little different from family. So that's the kind of relationship they have, she says. But even so, Carnelia still dutifully visits the cell where Mr. Dioran and his son are being held, bringing sweets from the fairy pastry shop. And on the way there she also visits the shops in the royal capital with Miss Intarlia and Lion, bringing back souvenirs. That means more and more time with Lion. As a result, Ange is spending less time with Lion, but it seems that's okay since she's now spending more time with Carnelia. Ange said, "I'll give half of the time that I spend with Big Brother to Sister Carnelia. And then, for the other half, Ange will spend time with Sister Carnelia." Isn't that great? Ange boasted to me while fidgeting, as if she was a little embarrassed and seemed a little more mature than before, yet still brave. Then Miss Intarlia said, "The Diorans were very curious about who the surname Ceres belonged to. He thought it was interesting, so she introduced this boy as Ceres." Yep, well, I think it's good. Lion is a good guy who you can be proud of no matter where you go. And then, the third one. This is the biggest event, but the Dioran family, the nobility, they're on our side. Yes, I heard they're working on it a little bit. One day as spring approached, Faye suddenly told me, the Dioran family now has several nobles on their side. What? I have no idea why. As for me personally, Mr. Dioran is, well, he's a very hopeless person, but he's not an inherently evil person. And he solidly testified that he has no relationship with Carnelia, which proves that he does have some paternal feelings for her. So personally, really, as a person, I have quite a better impression of him. But excluding that Mr. Dioran did kidnap me, had his soldiers march into the Redguard family's garden, imprisoned me, burgled Carnelia's house, and instigated the Drav family, and on top of that, he even picked a fight with the royal family at the trial. Really, for what? No, that would be the Dioran family. The ones the royal family falsely accused and demanded unjust fines from in order to take the Phoenix. Right. When I was having trouble, Faye explained it to me like that. So, if they use the Dioran family, they can use that as an excuse to denounce the royal family, right? That is. Faye looked at me and said with a grin, "My father has started trampling the royal family in earnest." Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4, Strange Visitor. Thinking that something strange had happened, I decided to check with Faye just to be sure. The other day Faye's father said that he had started talking to various nobles. Ah, that's right. Yeah. If father suddenly started moving around, the others wouldn't easily follow, so it seems he was making arrangements beforehand. So, this scenario has been in progress for quite some time. I see. No, there had been signs of it for a while. So, this time, the Dioran family has confronted the royal family on, right? So, they are acting while taking advantage of that. In other words, they are using people who have done bad things to attack people who are doing bad things. Well, that's technically right. That's just false accusations. It's just false accusations. Well, the royal family is also making false accusations, so it's all tossed about. However, the matter with the Dioran family is that they have a lot more in store for us as a bonus. You know, we've been attacked by the royal family before. I see, so the Dioran family is, well, it's like, even a dead tree can make a mountain thrive. Also, they were simply the first to attack. The Dioran family is also a noble family whose name has been passed down for generations. And the more names of nobles who speak out against the royal family, the better. Even if a family is a little bit unruly, if they all point their swords at the royal family, it will be a great power. So, this is a good opportunity. Faye had a slightly difficult look on her face, but he nodded in agreement. Certainly, it might be a good opportunity. For better or worse, the Dioran family is on the move. I don't think it's a bad idea to follow their lead. If not only the Redguard family, but also other nobles are moving, it means that many people have such a will. If that is the case, it must be the trend of the world, of the times. It's the same as the flowing pool we did in elementary school. If everyone moves around in the pool, the whole pool moves. In the same way, if many people try to move at the same time, the whole group will move in the same way. By the way, what is going to happen after attacking the royal family? I'm happy for the Redguards, and I'm happy for everyone to move, and that's fine, but I'm curious about what happens after that. They attack the royal family, and then after that. That's right, well. Faye groaned a little and answered. I was also thinking about an independent territory, like the founding of the Redguard kingdom. Well, then Faye would be the king or the prince. Of course, Mr. Roses will be the one to inherit the Redguard family, so Faye won't become king. But that might make him freer and happier in its own way. Yep. I think it would be better for Faye to be the king's brother or relative rather than the king himself. However, if we were to do that, we would no longer be able to do business with other territories, right? No king would be happy to see his country's nobles trading with the territory of a traitor. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. If the Redguards were to break away, all the other territories that are left in the country today would be forced to break off diplomatic relations with the Redguard kingdom, wouldn't they? The king would order them to do so. Otherwise, the other nobles might separate from the country. So, if we are going to leave, it will not only be with us, but with other places as well. When I talked about this, Mr. Saphir's family was very interested in it. Oh, Mr. Saphir is also on board with this. I see. I hope you are well. They just had a baby. I wonder how they are doing. So, if the Ostkeas and Redguards were to leave at the same time, it would have a big impact. We tried to get other people to agree to it, and then we came to the conclusion that it would be quicker for the royal family to leave than for us to leave. Wow. How should I put it? I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for the royal family, So, what we're aiming for is a united kingdom, or rather, the overthrow of the current monarchy. In short, why don't we run this country without the king? That's the idea. In other words, the beginning of democracy. No, it would be more like a joint government by the nobles rather than a democracy. In short, it will be a decentralization of power, so it will be a step closer to a democracy, I wonder. In short, after this, the nobles will talk with the king. If the royal family is on board, then the king's power will be dismantled or transferred, or something like that. If not, the nobles who oppose the royal family will get together and form an independent United Kingdom. That's the way it's going to be. I see, the talks are progressing quite well. When I said that, suddenly, Faye looked very apologetic. It's not like I was sulking about not knowing about this information, but Faye seems to feel sorry about it. No, I didn't hide it from you. I barely knew about it myself. Oh, but the words that followed were outrageous. I didn't know, and Faye didn't know either. Look, if the story gets out somewhere along the way and the royal family sends out punishments, then my brother can just say, my father was just doing it on his own, and avoid responsibility. Faye's father is so smart. Yeah, father is the family's pride and pillar of respect. Faye sighed in exasperation, then for some reason patted my head. Why was he patting me? But, regardless of my situation, I should have let you know, you would have definitely ended up getting dragged into it. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I was surprised, but I don't mind. I'm willing to help Faye and his family, so feel free to get me involved. I'll help as much as I can to make the Redguards happy. I don't mind if you don't mind. Oh. Besides, I'm from the Redguard territory, so it's fine for me, but I wonder if it's difficult for people other than me. Princess Raj, what do you think is going to happen? That's a problem for us too. Yep, I see. Then let's dive into trouble together. Trouble. Well, she's stronger than she looks. Yeah, I think so, yep. Princess Raj is doing well in that regard. Princess Raj not only works as a model, but also acts as a liaison with the royal family. So, about once a week, the royal family comes to the forest town, and we talk about various things there. During that time, I am lacking models, so I do other things and draw other people. Lately, I've been painting Carnelia. I've been allowed to draw her playing with Chick Phoenix in the forest, for example. This week hasn't been going so well either. I see, well, I guess it can't be helped. Princess Raj is also talking to the royal family today. There, she is sometimes asked, when will the Lord Spirit come? But she seems to be dodging the question. The Lord Spirit seems tired and has not been able to speak since then. Or Lord Taugo said that they have been feeling a little better this week. It will still probably be a while before we can meet them, though, and so on. And so, all of the royal messengers became fans of the fairy patisserie. Princess Raj was probably intentionally using the fairy patisserie as a place for meetings with the royal messengers. Today, too, the royals were conversing with Princess Raj in a harmonious atmosphere, watching with smiles as Ange said, "Here's our seasonal cake. Please enjoy." Well, it was a bit tyrannical of them to seize the Redguard territory, you know. I am sorry to His Majesty the King, but there was a great backlash from the nobles. It seems that the nobles are working in the shadows, under the leadership of the Redguard family. We have been ordered to do something about it, but it's not going to be easy. I see. I hope that now that the country has been divided, monsters won't target it. Princess Raj looked worried, but the royal messengers were smiling wide. It will be fine. After all, Princess Raj is with us. Your Highness is someone who will use the hero's sword for the good of people. There is nothing to be worried about. That's an exaggeration. Princess Raj is a hero, or what is public. Come to think of it, we need to find a real hero. It seems like the royal family is in a mess, yep. In the end, it seems like it'll be our role to do something about it when monsters cause trouble. You guys must work really hard every day. Please at least take it easy today. Yes, Your Highness, we gratefully accept. It seems like the royal messengers are tired of dealing with the king and are siding with Princess Raj. Basically, they think they should forget about making the king a hero and just let Princess Raj do it. If things continue like this, I have a feeling Princess Raj will move here when the United Kingdom of Nobles is formed. And I think that, attracted by that, many people attached to the royal family will come here as well. Both Faye and Princess Raj seem to be plunging into trouble. Now, in the midst of all the troublesome things, I'm still painting. The huge robin has taken up residence next to me as if it owns the place, curled up and chirping away. When I get tired of painting, I bury myself in their feathers and take a break, so I'm grateful that they're here. I don't really appreciate it though, as sometimes pushes themselves between me and the canvas and ruins my concentration. I wish there was something I could do. There's no point in complaining to the bird, I think, but I'll just go ahead and complain for a bit. I don't know much about politics. I am not good at communicating with people. So, I don't think I can help in bringing the nobles together to oppose the current monarchy. At best, I can work hard behind the scenes, but I don't think the conversation has progressed to the point where a behind-the-scenes job has been created yet. So, even when Faye is working hard, there's nothing I can do. I want to help my best friend, and I want to help the descendants of Redguards, but there's nothing I can do. At best, I might help with fundraising. However, as for acorn-like jewel gathering, Faye said, well, it's fine to do it against the royal family, but doing it to make money for ourselves. And above all, Miss Croix said, you should keep it modest, as the market value will plummet, so I've taken it in a slightly different direction. Well, all I can do now is do what I can. So I'm back to my day job now. I mean, I'm painting pictures for the gallery. It's been a while. It's been a while since I last came to hang a painting at a gallery, since I hung the painting of amethyst-clad women in the forest. When I visited my gallery on the Redguard family grounds, the trees guarding it welcomed me with a tremble of their branches. How are you? Water seems to be enough. How about nutrition? Oh, that's right. Here's your salary. Trees will each be given jewels that were made during our acorn-like jewel gathering, which will be placed into a hollow and given as their salary. Since I couldn't get into the hole that was so high up, I had to have Hao carry it for me. Pipe Fox climbed up the trees and handed it over to them. Layakles even gave me a piggyback ride, and such. And so, after I finished handing the trees their salary, I went inside the gallery. Oh, I'm so happy. They are selling well. That's good. When I entered the gallery, I found that several new paintings had been sold. Forest landscapes seemed to be popular, and since I have been painting snowy forest landscapes a lot lately, a few of them were selling well. The winter night view of the forest is very nice. The pure white snow illuminated by moonlight, the trees made up by the snow, and the clear blue shadows cast by the trees, they create a strong contrast under the stars, and it was very beautiful. That's why I've been drawing them all these days. It's fun. Many of the new paintings I brought this time are winter landscapes. The fairy paintings are selling quite well too. Well, there aren't many artists who can actually see and draw fairies. Layakles is smiling with amusement as he sets down the painting we brought with us. It's a rather rare expression. Well then, is this a good place to display it? Ah, yep, a little higher. Layakles helps carry the luggage, and he also uses his height to help with the display. If I want to go to a high place, I can just hold on to Hau and fly, but it is not suitable when I want to work in a high place. In this aspect, Layakles is very helpful because it allows me to hang pictures in places I can't reach. Even so, are you going to put up pictures of the Bone Knights as well? Oh, is that really a bad idea? I received permission from Faye and his father, though. No, it doesn't matter. No one will think it's a picture of a monster anyway. What I drew was the everyday life of the Bone Knights. In other words, a skeletal model napping under a tree on a street corner with its legs outstretched in the glorious sunshine, covered with a flower crown woven by the village's children. Or maybe a painting of a bone knight standing quietly on the snow under the moonlight, or a fairy playing inside their ribs in a flower field. When you draw them, even skeletons look beautiful for some reason. They're beautiful even without me painting them. Feeling a little happy at the praise, I also put up some smaller paintings in a lower position. Now that I think about it, Ange told me that the number of fairy customers has been increasing recently. Are fairies coming here to look at the gallery? Yep, it seems like fairies from other places come to play here. Apparently, this gallery has become a tourist spot for fairies, and the fairies also come to hang out. Ange heard about it from a fairy here and told me about it. There are non-humans here too. Yep, I'm quite happy. Maybe it's because I'm a person who dropped out of humanity, but when something non-human comes here, I somehow feel a little happy. Is this feeling bad? Well, I guess that's fine. As if he could hear what I was thinking, Leakles patted me lightly on the head. Why is everyone patting me on the head? I'm not familiar with that side of things, but I'm sure there's some kind of beauty that can be conveyed even across species. I see, I'm glad to hear that. Art is certainly something like that. Yep, that's right, that makes me happy. I hope that non-human guests other than fairies will come too. Well, I can't say what specifically, though. Maybe ghosts? A few days passed and the gallery became lively again. I've been working on a commissioned painting. Since I've been able to use magic painting, I've been able to get through requests at a much faster pace, and I'm enjoying it more and more. It doesn't take me as long to do trial and error anymore, so I can do more trial and error. I'm also happy that my reputation is a little better because of it. So, I stayed up a little late again today to paint. The commission was for a painting of a horse, so I drew a picture of a unicorn in the moonlight and snow and... At that moment, Ange came running. Brother Taugo. Ange, haven't you gone to sleep yet? Ange, who seemed to have come out wearing a scarf and coat over her nightgown, reached me and shook her head vigorously. I was woken up. I see. Fairies, huh? Behind Ange, the fairies were sparkling and shaking and saying something. Well, Ange had come running and caught her breath. Then she told me. They said there was a strange visitor. A strange visitor? Section. I didn't think it would be a good idea to take Ange out at night, so I thought about heading to the gallery with the fairies. But I was a bit worried about whether we would be able to handle things on our own if something were to happen. Sorry. It's so late at night. I don't mind what's going on. I'm very apologetic, but I had to wake up Leakles. I knocked on his door, and then I went around to his bedroom window until he came out. Sorry. I heard that Angel had been told by a fairy that there was a strange visitor at the gallery, so I thought I'd go and have a look. I see, got it. Give me 3 minutes. Leakles replied without hesitation and retreated into the house, and within 3 minutes, he had come out fully equipped. That was quick. How about transportation? Well, I wonder if it would be okay if we could both ride on Alicorn. It would be safer if we had both hands free in case something happens on the way. That would be for the best. Here we go. Leakles poked the jewel on his shield, and Alicorn slipped out from within. The mane and tail, which looked like lightning-spun thread, glowed dimly, and they looked fantastic. They are always so beautiful, aren't they? When I stroked the Alicorn's flank, it joyfully waggled its tail. Like the horses in the forest, this one seems to like being stroked. For some reason, it seems to be more well-received when women stroke them. Ange, Carnelia, Leela, Miss Croix, Princess Raj, and Miss Intarlia, than when I stroke them. All right. Can you mount by yourself? Yep. Leakles patted the Alicorn's neck lightly, and then glided onto their back. I was pulled along a little by Leakles, but I was able to get on top of the Alicorn almost on my own. I was getting used to riding a horse. Alicorn is taller than other horses, so it is still a bit of a challenge to mount. Alicorn softly soared into the sky and began to fly. It then flew out over the forest and soared through the air towards the Redguard house. The art gallery is near the Redguard house. Should I ask Faye too? Maybe, if there's some kind of problem. He seems busy. and it'd be rude waking him up if he's asleep, no, but maybe you could just ask a fairy to pass on a message. While on top of Alicorn, I immediately decided to take advantage of the free hands I had. I scribbled a note on a thin piece of paper and handed it to the fairies who were tucked into the pockets of my clothes. I explained to them that they should give it to Faye, and they look a little excited like, "Yay, we have a job?" What a relief. But still, how are they a strange visitor? I wonder what the fairies meant by strange. Ahem. Anyway, if the fairies say they are strange, then I think they must be strange. I wonder if they're doing something really crazy. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing them. Whatever it is, don't let your guard down. Yep. As I listened to Leakel's slightly worried voice from behind me, I looked up at the sky and thought, what a beautiful crescent moon. The sharp crescent moon that looks like it could pierce the sky. It's a bit like Leakel's. No, if it were Leakel's, it would have a more imposing feel to it. If anything, the crescent moon is more like Miss Croix. If I were to take someone to the gallery at a night like this, I think it would have suited Miss Croix. Certainly, Croix is probably better suited to sneaking in and spying on targets. But I can at least be a bodyguard. Oh no, that's not what I meant. I never thought of Leakel's as unreliable, really. If the strange visitor is, well, really just strange, then I don't have to do anything about it, and in that case, since I'm out of the house, I thought I'd do a little painting. After I explained, Leakel sighed in exasperation. Yep, sorry. I somehow feel like painting Leakel's on a full moon. Seriously. Yep. Alicorn whinnies. Ah, the crescent moon certainly suits Alicorn. Yep, maybe I should paint Alicorn then. The Treent's residence in front of the art gallery looks just right, so maybe somewhere around there. Ah, thinking about it makes me want to paint again. A strange visitor, I hope they're peaceful. For that reason, I hope the customers are peaceful people. Please, pretty please. In the first place, it doesn't necessarily have to be a person. Ah, I see, that's also possible. Well then, it doesn't have to be a person, but I'd like them to be peaceful. When we arrived at the gallery, there were fairies bustling around the gallery. What's going on? As soon as the fairies noticed our arrival, they immediately swarmed over and began to tell us something. Unfortunately, neither Leakel's nor I could understand what they were saying. Maybe I should have brought Ange with me after all. Well, there doesn't feel like an emergency. Yep, but the fairies don't seem to be nervous, and the gallery itself doesn't look particularly different, so the possibility of a peaceful person is rising, I guess. It seems a bit reassuring, I guess. The fairies were whispering to each other and glancing at the gallery from time to time, but they didn't seem to want to go inside, and we prepared ourselves. Shall we go in? Yep. Carefully. We have to be careful because we don't know what we'll find, and yet we have to be careful too, so that if we find something unusual, I can paint immediately. I greeted the Treents as I opened the door to the gallery. Despite the heavy material, the door slid open easily and let us in without making much noise. With Leakel's walking a step ahead of me, I walked down the gallery corridor. And then, when I entered the exhibition room, standing there, was a single person. The first thing I thought when I saw them was that they were like a starry sky. They had dark blue hair that was jet black with a tinge of blue, with skin as pale as moonlight. Their clothes were obsidian, with some accessories here, and they're made of a metal that I couldn't quite place as being gold or silver, and also some strange, sparkling jewels. And those eyes, like a starry sky, stared intently at my painting. They looked like the night, and I'm not sure if they were a man or a woman. They were probably about the same height as me or a little shorter than me. They were not doing anything except staring at my painting. It was a bit strange or weird because they were in a deserted gallery. I see. This is the strange visitor. Good evening. They didn't even look back as we approached, so we decided to call out to them. They didn't appear to be holding any weapons, and they were staring at the picture so intently that, as the artist, I became a little flustered. When I called out to them, for the first time, they took their eyes off the painting. It seemed like they only noticed us when I called out to them, and they looked a little nervous at us. They seemed a little wary when they saw Leakel's. Yep, it's true that Leakel's is very intimidating. Leakel seemed to realize that he was being stared at, and he awkwardly straightened his posture and assumed a slightly more relaxed posture. He told me that this makes it look like he has an opening, which instinctively makes it harder for people to be wary of him. By the way, I heard that Layakles learned this from Mr. Marson. Did you like the painting? When Layakles transformed into a slightly less guarded mode, I approached the person once more. My feelings are more interested than suspicious, because they were someone who was staring at my painting. However, when I spoke to them, they seemed a bit confused. It was as if they didn't understand what I was saying. Maybe they really don't understand my words. Do you understand me? When I asked, I just got a confused look. I see. It seems they don't understand the language I am using. Maybe they're foreigners. While I was talking to him, the person glanced briefly towards the exit and then quickly walked towards the exit. Ah, wait. So I instinctively grabbed their hand. It felt cool to the touch. I couldn't really feel any body heat. But I think the person who I grabbed was far more surprised than I was. Well, they were surprised, but I was also surprised at myself. I wondered why I had grabbed this person. We don't even speak the same language, so there's nothing I can do to get them to understand me. While I was hesitating, it seemed like that person would just leave. So Layakles, please get that painting. When I called out to Layakles, he looked a little puzzled, then seemed to understand and removed the painting from the wall. The painting is a small picture. The one I painted on a canvas about the size of an open hardcover book. It was a watercolor, not a magic painting. It was a painting of a forest in the daytime, on a sunny day. A landscape painting on a day when the sun's rays were scattered through the leaves and the sun was shining brightly through the trees. Layakles brought the picture over to me, so I took it and pressed it gently into the free hand of the person who I had grabbed. You can have this. At first the person looked confused. They looked at me, then looked at the picture, and then seemed to be interested in the painting, so they stared at it intently. I don't know if you like it or not, but I have a feeling that you do, and I want someone like you to receive it. I let go of the person's hand and hold the picture out to him with both hands. Will you accept it? Although we couldn't communicate using the same language, the person gently accepted the picture, with a look on his face that seemed to say, I wonder if this is okay. I was so happy that I couldn't help but smile. It's a wonderful thing to see someone like the starry sky holding a picture of a forest at midday. Then, the person looked intently at the painting and then smiled. Ah, this person is smiling too, I thought to myself, wondering for a moment, when they rummaged around in what must have been their pocket or some other part of their clothes, and pulled out something that looked like a piece of starry sky and placed it on my hand. Are you giving it to me? The other person said something, in words I didn't understand. I looked back at Layakles, but it seemed that even Layakles didn't understand the words. It's no good, what is this, what did they say? But the person smiled like they were about to burst out laughing and squeezed my hand. They said something and then ran out of the gallery. We were left behind and watched the person leave, a little dumbfounded. They certainly were a strange visitor. Who was that person? I do not know. But they didn't seem like a bad guy. They seemed to like the painting. Yep, it seemed that way to me too. Layakles let out a long sigh and relaxed. Apparently, pretending to be open is very tiring because you're not actually open. Thank you. You told me the other day, Layakles. You said that beauty can overcome the barriers of race. I'm glad that they think so too. The look on their face when I handed them the picture was a brilliant smile. Even if we can't communicate with words, if we assume that our facial expressions are similar, I think that they were happy. And when they saw my painting, they liked it, and maybe they felt something from it. If that's the case, I'm happy. Even if we couldn't communicate through words, I'd be very happy to think that we might have been able to communicate somehow using a tool that is more familiar to me. Yep, they were a strange visitor, but a peaceful one. Section, hey, Taugo, are you okay? We had just left the gallery and taken a few steps when Faye came in. Oh, that's right, I had asked a fairy to deliver a memo to Faye reporting the situation. Yep, we're okay. Faye looked at us and let out a sigh of relief. A strange visitor, right? Who were they? Well, I don't really know, but they didn't seem to be a bad person. Probably not a human, though. Ah, you thought so too. Yep, I thought the same. They had an inhuman vibe, it felt like they were close to fairies or skeletons or something. Somehow, well, they were a strange visitor, but they were captivated by Taugo's paintings. So I don't think there will be any problems. Layakles said, then looked at me. More importantly, I turned to Leakles too, and he gave my hand a little nudge. What is that? A gift from them. I have something in my hand that I received from the strange visitor. It's something I don't understand, like a piece of the night sky. What is this? It's not a stone, it's not metal either. It looks transparent, but what's shining in here? It's not gold leaf or something. Is it made from magic stone powder or something? Faye takes the gift from my hand and ponders while watching the starlight shine through it. What I received was like a fragment of the starry sky. It was something petal-shaped, palm-sized, with stars sparkling in a dark blue sky. It was neither stone nor metal. It was something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Well, it was something I don't even understand. We looked at it and were left scratching our heads. But this isn't glass. Yep, I think so too. If I had to guess, I'd say it's more like plastic. It's lighter than glass, not as cold as metal, and a little more translucent. But that alone doesn't really explain it. I wonder what it is. Well, if you don't understand it, then I guess it's fine to just accept it as it is. Yep, I will. For now, I have no idea what this is, but it's still beautiful, so I'll just think of it as I've been gifted something beautiful. After that, we decided to go back to the forest. I feel bad for Faye. Even though nothing had happened, the fairy woke him up in the middle of the night and rushed here after reading the letter. He was just looking at our souvenirs confused. I'm so sorry. On top of that, I also feel sorry for Leakles. Sorry for dragging you out here in the middle of the night. We returned to the forest from the gallery and decided to part ways in front of Leakles' house. Leakles, are you off duty tomorrow? If you are working, I'm really sorry for making you work in the middle of the night. I don't mind. Call me whenever you need help. It's much better than finding out you dove into danger without any inkling. I'm sorry about that as well. You seem to have forgotten, but I am your slave. Why think twice? Even if someone is a slave, you all are people, models, plaster statues. I don't understand how you think. Leakles said in an exasperated tone and patted my head. Why does he always pat me? Get plenty of rest today. If Ange is still awake, it might be best to let her know. Oh, in that case, I've already told the fairies. The report should have been sent to Ange via the fairies. The fairies are good friends with Ange, so they should be considerate enough not to wake her up if she is asleep. Or maybe you can't sleep. Yep, I am still restless. I'm a little embarrassed to sound like a child, but I think I'm a little excited right now. I went out late at night, got a little excited, and then I met a really beautiful and mysterious customer. I couldn't help but feel restless. Well, it's expected. Leakles thought for a moment, then laughed a little and said, well then, paint a picture, and when you get tired, go to sleep. Yep, I will. Leakles said goodnight and went back to his house. Thank you, Leakles. And once again, I look at the beautiful thing in my hand, like a fragment of the night sky. Yep, they're beautiful. They're the same color as that strange visitor's eyes. I think I'll draw that visitor from earlier. Come to think of it, I had wanted to paint the strange visitor, but I forgot. It's the biggest mistake of my life. I think I'll try to draw them somehow, as clear as I can remember. When I woke up, it was already morning. I had been painting all night, so it had been a while since I had stayed up all night. I felt like it was a dream, but it was definitely still there on my desk, like a piece of the night sky. I ate breakfast, went outside, and then flew by Hau to the gallery, where I found that the painting I gave them yesterday was gone and the wall was empty. I thought to myself that they were a really strange visitor, but I was somehow happy that it wasn't a dream, so I decided to happily continue painting today. I hope that visitor will come again. It's nice to have a visitor who doesn't speak your language, who doesn't seem human. Taugo, have you been staying up late lately? Yep. Then a few days passed. For some reason, I've been staying up late every day, and now Miss Craw has scolded me a little. What's wrong? It seems like you're staying up all night drawing pictures, as much as you used to. Well, I was anxious of the chance that the strange visitor might come. So recently, I've been painting at night in the gallery. When I told her the truth, she looked at me with a blank stare, as if she had forgotten that she had just scolded me. A strange visitor. Perhaps it's the person Leakles was talking about. So you'd already heard about it from Leakles. Leakles seems to talk to Miss Croix quite a lot, surprisingly. He seems to be a different type of person than Miss Croix, but unexpectedly, the two of them have similar ways of thinking, so maybe they get along well. As I was thinking about this, Miss Croix looked into my eyes with a slightly mischievous, yet supremely seductive smile on her lips. What is going, Taugo? Did you fall in love with them at first sight? Eh? Isn't it right? You go to the gallery in the middle of the night because you want to see that person again, right? Love at first sight. So, in the middle of the night, let me think about it for a moment. I pondered and pondered, I see. It all made sense to me. Yep, maybe. Oh my. When I acknowledged it, Miss Croix's eyes sparkled with joy, and she put her hand against her lips and exclaimed in admiration. Finally, it's Taugo's time. Because it's the same. The first time I met Miss Croix, the first time I met Layackles when I found Lion, it was just like this. When I declared it out loud to explain it myself, Miss Croix's face suddenly changed to one that of disappointment, but I still felt relieved because I now had an answer to my own feelings. I want to paint. No, but I still feel restless. I want to paint. I really want to paint. I've realized that I want to paint them, but that visitor hasn't come since then. I want to paint them. I want to paint. I absolutely want to paint them. Miss Croix said something unintelligible like, Taugo is very Taugo, and turned to Leela, saying I should have asked twice. After a while, I heard Leela laughing uninhibitedly. She was laughing quite loud at that too. Why? But even so, I really want to draw it. I really want to draw that visitor. Their inhuman aura was very fascinating. It might be like what it would look like if you melted a beautiful starry night and molded it into a human shape. Yep, maybe they were even more attractive because I saw them at night. The dim starlight and the strange visitor who looked so good in the starlight. I think it was also very nice to be in a gallery surrounded by trees where no one was around. Oh, I want to paint again when I remember it, but I don't remember enough to paint from memory alone, so I want to paint even them more. While thinking, I want to paint them. I paint a different picture. Even if there is something else I want to paint, I get requests to paint pictures, and I have to paint those too, but painting them is fun in its own way, so I'm happy. But I still can't help but think about it. What I am painting now is a commissioned picture. A picture of the forest. The pictures I'm asked to draw are often of beautiful girls, forests, fairies, knights, but of those, I end up drawing a lot of forest pictures, for some reason. That is why I am painting pictures of forests today. I painted this morning in the corner of the forest, where I knew that spring would soon arrive, and the trees' branches and leaves were dyed gold by the morning sun coming in strongly from the east. The strong light creates deep shadows, and the light blue shadows behind the golden light are clear, creating a picture with strong contrast. When I paint something like this, I somehow feel like watercolors are best. Magic painting lets you paint exactly what you want, but conversely, you can only paint exactly how you want it to look. Things like the random bleeding of watercolors, or the intensity of the color at the border between the paint and the paper after it dries, those things can't be reproduced well with magic painting. Even now, as I blot the blue into the dark gray of the tree's shadow and watch the paints slowly blend and bleed into each other, I think to myself, this is fun. While the paint dries, I look out into the distance. The sky was clear. The morning sun was dazzling, the sky was a clear blue, and there were only wispy, high clouds. Spring will soon be here, and I think the scenery and weather will be different. So I gazed at the sky, the scenery that could only be seen now. And I began to wonder. On the other side of the sky, from the edges, a dark gray spreads out like bleeding watercolors. That's not a cloud, is it? Chapter 5. Gray sky. I was looking at the gray of the sky in the distance, and the more I looked, the more the gray spread. As I looked at the spreading gray, I realized once again that these are not clouds. It looks as if the color of the sky itself is changing, as if gray paint is seeping onto a piece of construction paper. What is it? Watching the dark gray spread out, I felt uneasy. The trees in the forest rustled as well, as if mimicking my disturbed feeling. Hey, Taugo. I was no longer in the mood to paint, so I put my art supplies away, when Faye came flying in on Red Dragon. Hey, did you see that? Yup, you too, Faye. Yeah, I found it mid-flight. What was that? I don't know either. And it seems Faye doesn't know either, which means nobody here knows what it is. Damn, the name of this town has been decided, so I thought I'd report on that, but surely that's not good, right? I don't like the sight of it. Ah, so the name of this town has been decided. It doesn't matter what it is as long as it's not something like smiling Taugo village. Faye looks at the gray sky with frustration, then asks me, Taugo, as the forest spirit, what do you think? Uneasy. I, as one with the forest, am also somewhat disturbed. I feel restless when I look at it. I feel something like impatience. I see hum. Faye groaned for a moment, then quickly came to a decision. For now, let's ask Princess Raj. If it's something related to the Demon King, she might know something. Ah, I see, the Demon King. A lot of things happened, and it slipped my mind. But now that I think about it, the Demon King will soon be resurrected in this world. The sky is gray. When we returned to the forest town, Miss Croix and the others were already there in a panic, gazing into the distance at the sky. Taugo, hey, what's that? I don't know, and neither does Faye. And then, since Miss Croix had asked us, both Faye and I shook our heads. That's right, but I still have the feeling that it's not a good thing. I'm not particularly good at picking up on that sort of thing, though. Me too. When I look at it, it makes me feel uneasy, or more like it's giving an unpleasant feeling. It's like the barrier is tingling, or my skin is stinging. When I gave my answer, Miss Croix gazed to me with a shadow of concern. No, it's okay, not really. I don't think it's really painful, hopefully. Right now, I'm reading the documents that Princess Raj brought from the royal family. She said that there might be a relevant passage. At the same time that Miss Croix spoke, Princess Raj came running towards me. The book she was holding was thick and large and looked like some kind of illustrated guide, but the binding was carefully made and old-fashioned. I got the feeling it must be a book with a long history. Lord Taugo, I'm glad you are here. Princess Raj said this breathlessly in front of me and then handed me the book. It's here, the page with the bookmark in it. It seems like she ran quite a distance to get here, because there is a bit of distance between her house and the patisserie. After greeting and thanking the out-of-breath Princess Raj, I took the book and opened it to the page where the bookmark was. Faye peered in from the side, Miss Croix from the other side, and Layakles from above. Hey, it's too cramped, too cramped. It's small, but I squeeze in and read the relevant section. I knew right away which was the relevant part, because the page had an illustration. The illustrations were in black and white, or rather, the ink had faded to a sepia tone, but I immediately recognized what the illustrations were showing. It was a dark gray blotting out the sky, and the explanation was as follows. When the power sealing the Demon King weakens and he is resurrected, darkness will cover the sky in celebration of his resurrection. Then we hurriedly made preparations. All the people who were trying to leave the town were told to get inside. Thanks to the help of the Bone Knights, the Forest Knights, and the Wall Guards, it seemed like the peddlers who were trying to leave the town and the tourists who were trying to go home were able to quickly return to the forest town. And to accommodate the evacuees, we opened up the entire lodging facility. We also expanded the facility a little while no one was looking, and somehow managed to secure enough capacity to accommodate all the evacuees. The children were to be evacuated first to the basement of the Forest Knights Barracks, the dungeon that was currently empty and unoccupied. It was the most sturdy and safest place. Then, I immediately strengthened the forest barrier. I don't know what's going to happen next or how strong it will be. That's scary. Silently, slowly, the sky turned gray, and finally, the sky above the forest turned gray. The forest shook with a roaring gale. A fierce wind and something other than wind. Maybe some kind of magic. Something like that blew through, turning into a fierce storm hit the forest town. Even though we were protected by the barrier, the strong wind still blew towards us. Damn, what is this? As Faye said this, he summoned Red Dragon and protected us from the howling wind. Red Dragon's large wings were very powerful. And then, blocking the wind, I looked up. Monsters. There were monsters outside the barrier. And there were a lot of them. There were so many monsters that it covered the entire barrier. The monsters all attacked the barrier. My body went numb, but if I consciously separated myself from it, it's okay. I am the forest and the forest is me, but I don't need to share the barrier's senses. It's okay, I'm okay. Damn, even with the barrier this still happened. That means outside the forest is. Faye's face went pale, but by that time, Layakles was already riding on his alicorn and soaring into the sky. From inside the barrier, Layakles could see what was happening outside the walls through the gaps between the monsters, then returned to the ground. The wind buffeted him, but I was glad he landed safely. There seems to be nothing happening outside the forest. It seems this is the only place they're targeting. Leakles told me this with a slightly relieved look on his face. I'm glad to hear that. There seems to be no damage to the city of Redguard. But if that's the case, why only here? There must be something going on in this forest, isn't there? As Miss Croix muttered this, the giant robin began to chirp in my head as usual. Yep, there must be something happening, although I don't know what it is. That probably means there's something here that the monster is after. Other than that, the only other reason I can think of is that it's attracted to Taugo's strong magical power. Well, it wouldn't be strange if monsters came looking for Taugo. Following Miss Croix and Faye's theory, I guess I'm the one who caused this monster attack. I'm so sorry about that. Taugo, are you okay? I was feeling regretful, but Faye was looking at me worriedly. You see, last time the barrier was broken, I'm okay. Remembering what happened last time made me feel a little bitter, but I told Faye exactly that. Last time I fell behind, or rather I couldn't properly separate myself from the barrier. That's how it felt, but I'm fine now. I'm fully aware of it. And I've properly strengthened the barrier too. It won't be like last time. And I'm doing my best. It'll be okay. I'm fine. I tell everyone this to reassure them. It's okay. It's okay. I'll be fine, so please don't worry. I don't want them to worry. I don't want them to be scared, and I don't want them to think of bad things. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Faye grins at me and slaps me on the back a little harder. The slap gave me a jolt, and I was fired up. Okay, I'll focus again and properly maintain the barrier. It's a bit tingly, but it's okay. If I'm conscious of it and if I concentrate, it's not that bad. It feels like a lot of time has passed since then. I've been concentrating on maintaining the barrier for a long time, and my head is starting to feel dizzy. I'm getting tired, I guess. It feels similar to when I study too much, or when I am still solving questions 5 minutes before the end of a test. Taugo, hey, can I bring you some water or something? Yep, please. Leela looked at me with concern, then went over and quickly brought me a glass of water. I drank it gratefully, calmed down a bit, and concentrated on maintaining my shaky barrier again. It's taking longer than I expected, and I'm more exhausted than I expected. Damn, it's been 5 hours already. How long is this going to last? Leakles grumbled angrily, then suddenly quieted. He was trying to make sure I didn't worry. No, it'll be fine, right? Even if it's the Demon King's magic, it's only temporary. So, if you can just hold out until the gray color of the sky disappears. As Faye said this, he glared at the edge of the sky. Then he kept quiet as sweat began to trickle down his forehead. It seems we just need to endure until the sky turns blue again, but we don't know when that will be, because, even to my eyes, the edge of the sky appears to be an endless dark gray. Here. Water, I asked Lion to fetch them for you. It is from the crystal lake in the forest. I drink the water that Leela offers me, and then I feel like my consciousness has become a little clearer. After a while, I began to be able to taste the faint sweetness of the water, and I felt a little better again. It's been 8 hours already. It's been 8 hours since the strange events in the sky and the attack on the barrier began before noon. I'm getting tired. Just a little bit. Lord Taugos. It's okay, I'm okay. Princess Raj held my hand with tears on her face. It was so warm that I felt a little better. Leakles. The knights are fighting at the gate. They're shooting arrows from inside the barrier, trying to reduce the number of monsters even a little. I looked around for a bit and realized that neither Leakles, Mr. Marson, nor Miss Intarlia were there. And then Miss Croix gave me the answer. I see, I hope they're okay. I hope they don't do anything dangerous, but it would be a great help. If there are fewer monsters, there will be fewer attacks, and then it will be easier for me. Taugo, do your best. Do your best. Is there anything I can help you with? Carnelia and Ange are again looking like they are about to cry, but their feelings bring me joy. By the way, if it's help, other creatures are helping me out, I think. Maybe Ryu is lending me their power. There's something cool mixed in with the barrier. It feels a little strange to have something that isn't me mixed in, but it helps. And then, if it's the bird, it's standing next to me right now, ruffling its feathers and curling up in a ball. It's exerting itself really hard. Thank you. Damn, me too. And no. Faye stood up as if he couldn't just sit still, so I hastily grabbed the hem of his shirt. I want you to stay here, please. I think Faye was probably planning to go to fight. He has a stronger sense of justice and responsibility than most people. When poachers entered the forest, he would come and get rid of them. So he was probably going to fight, but Faye no, because he felt like he was going to ride the red dragon and go outside. So he has to stay here. I get it, it's okay. Right. I'll stay here. Faye must have realized what I was thinking, because his face was a mess of impatience and regret. He patted my head. If I had more power, I wouldn't have had to make everyone anxious and worried like this. I feel very regretful, but I have no choice but to do the best I can do right now. There's no time to be negative, just be positive as much as I can. It was at that time. Yeah. A strange voice came out. No, I mean, it couldn't be helped. The attacks on the barrier suddenly stopped. And then, suddenly the barrier was being stroked, or rather, it was really ticklish. A sudden tickle attack, a sudden loss of strength, and a combination of other things caused me to collapse on the spot. Whoa, what's wrong, Taugo? I was feeling ticklish. And then, it seems like the attacks on the barrier stopped. I tried to explain myself, but now was not the time to be embarrassed. I get up, stand up, and go look at the gate. I wobbled a little when I tried to walk, but I was fine. I hurried towards the gate and... Taugo, are you okay? Leakles came to meet me. Yep, then. Look, the monsters are leaving. In the direction Leakles was pointing, outside the gate, monsters could be seen leaving alone the town's barrier and disappearing somewhere. Yay, I did it. Taugo, I am fine. I just felt a bit faint. When I sat down, Leakles was worried about me, but I'm fine. Just when I thought I had endured it, I suddenly felt relaxed, my strength drained away, and exhaustion suddenly flooded my body. I realized that I was pretty much at my limit. Well done. Yep, Leakles told me, and instead of patting me on the head as usual, he gave me a light pat on the back. I'm a little happy to see that he's not treating me like a child, but rather giving a thanks for a job well done. Hey Taugo, are you okay? It's been a long day. I'm okay. Mr. Marson came over and gave a warm greeting. That made me really happy. My head was fuzzy, I was in pain, and I was feeling a little ill, but the sense of accomplishment from having completed the task warmed my body. It's okay, but you should rest now. We'll clean up after you. Yep, thank you. I felt a little bad, but I decided to accept his kind words for now. I got up and started to head back toward the forest to rest. At that moment, I suddenly turned around. I felt like I was being called. I turned around and saw outside the gate. The monsters melted and disappeared into a black mist. There is a familiar figure. He was lying face down, in the same position as when he had collapsed and fallen asleep on the sofa in the living room after staying up all night at work, and the ballpoint pen he was holding in his motionless fingertips looked familiar. I know the slightly wrinkled shirt and messy hair very well. Teacher. I ran out the gate to the fallen teacher. Teacher. I called out to him, but there was no response. Teacher didn't move. Teacher, teacher. When I finally got there and approached, teacher didn't move. I knelt down beside the fallen teacher and immediately helped him up. I wanted to see his face. I wanted to confirm it. The moment I put my hand on teacher's shoulder, say, with a whisper of wind, teacher's figure vanished. He disappeared. Could it be that they disappeared like the monsters did, turning into a black mist? I couldn't think of anything anymore. My exhausted mind and body would not move, so I just looked around blankly. There's nothing, just the barren land, nothing. Teacher. I called, but there was no reply. I just sat there, gazing blankly at the barren earth, feeling a mixture of fear that I might have lost him, hope that I had been mistaken, and disappointment that I had wanted him to be there. Taugo, run! I hear Leakles' voice from behind me, then the neighing of alicorn and the sound of hooves, but before they got near, my vision turns gray. All I could see for a moment was a large, gray hand. And the next moment, I had already lost consciousness. End of Volume 8.